Welcome to today's presentation of my interminable Mario Maker backlog. We've got a couple of tasks that were left unfinished in previous streams that we're going to be returning to today. Welcome first of all to Mario and Bonafide Pirate, who have surely noticed that I am indeed back to my pre-summer schedule with some of the earlier starts that we had in 2022. We had a couple of weeks where I was starting in the late slot, and now we're just back to the late slot. Anyway, if you were with me for the puzzle stream that we ran a couple of weeks ago in early August, you would have seen that we had previously, in an all Zelda special, cleared everything from the Great Plateau up to level 14 of this Breath of the Wild remake series by Barnstorm in one sitting. We didn't quite manage to make it to the end. We do have a little bit left with the equivalent of Hyrule Castle, and we'll see how that remake is going to look. I've been told that I should make time for this particular segment, and that it is reputedly the longest one in the set, which is well in keeping with the original source material. We do see a world record that is a little under 6 minutes. So let's get straight into it, and let's see how we do. Also, for reference in the chat, I'm going to paste the maker code. So this is Barnstorm's maker code, and this is where you can find this complete Breath of the Wild remake series, as well as a lot of different tributes to other Nintendo games as well. Anyway, ascend through Hyrule Castle to find Sanctum and battle Calamity again, and sounds good to me. Let's do it. So this Breath of the Wild remake series was suggested to me in the chat in my previous stream, and it's been quite a treat so far. Lots of aesthetic details referring to the original game. We did manage to break one or two little things, but that can be expected with a project of this complexity, given that breaking things is what I do. We're going to ring the bell. And ringing the bell just fires the on-off switch, and then what are we going to do with that? Can't really reach anything else here with bombs, I think, although maybe we are supposed to place something here and have it be within range of a switch on the other side. And that is correct. So I suppose that is going to be the signaling system here. I kind of wonder how much of the flexibility of the Breath of the Wild Hyrule Castle is actually going to preserve, given that some levels in the series were kind of surprisingly faithful to some of Breath of the Wild's original ideas. And of course, not everybody played this Hyrule Castle quite the same way. It was really quite a treat to see how navigable it was for all these different states that the player could be in, just given the flexibility of what you could be doing or not doing up to that point. Would you choose to challenge Ganon? But we'll see how much of this we recognize. First of all, though, it seems imperative for me to grab a Master Sword. I don't know if the Boom Boom is supposed to be maybe one of the Lionels that you encounter early on, but he is not going to drop me a key, so I think he is just an obstacle that we need to be aware of. Now, this looks very much like a spot for a vine to potentially spawn from below. There are a lot of things indicating to me that might be the case, including perhaps tapping this block, or perhaps searching down here for something else that might spawn. So let's go ahead and tap that block and see what we can do. Maybe it was something destructible as well, but nope. Doesn't appear to be it, so we'll just continue for the time being and see if we can do anything once we stomp our way through. At least we do know where that sword is going to be. Now, here it looks like we can bomb a couple locations as well. And we'll see if that, does anything for me once we, of course, recover the Master Sword. There are 3 coins in total, and we've already expended quite a lot of time here. Blowing up that block is not going to do anything interesting, I don't think, but interestingly enough, it looks like if we did another state switch, we could actually make it through the top and blow up a complete passage. So if we can find some way to get the on-off state back to where it was, that would be no doubt part of the solution. We do still have to address the matter of the key, however, and that's something that we'll have to look at a little bit closer. This looks like a bombable spot. That looks like the way to progress, for sure. I would have noticed it earlier if we had kept a Master Sword, which I, of course, did not. And it looks like lowering the Bill Blaster by bombing the block underneath it is going to be the way to go. So let's do that, and then we'll go back to the left. And we'll see what awaits us there. Okay, looks like that's going to knock that out and give me access to a door. Before we check for the door, we are going to check on the right side just to clear up some space and earn myself a potential refresh point for the sword in case we need it. We will, of course, check that door eventually, but I do want to see what's going on. Looks like there is potentially a spiny helmet location here, as well as a shortcut that we could blow up from down below. That looks like it's probably the thing that I want to do. Luca, welcome, Luca. I don't know how long you can stay today, but the intention after I finish these Breath of the Wild levels is to do the hard modes for both Butter, Bottom Birthday, and the Thick, which would, of course, require me to relearn Thick, but we'll get there in due course, I'm sure. Okay, we've created a looping structure over here that really didn't do anything for me, although maybe that would affect something with the on-off switching system later on. Let's see what we can do. I don't know if blowing this up would do anything. Probably not. By the looks of it. Alright, here's another Boom Boom. And Master Swords galore. I feel like this structure here is supposed to represent something. And I can't quite remember what that would be visually. Anyway, Boom Boom, I'm sure, is supposed to be one of the Lionels, though, that you encounter as you make it up a couple of towers at a time. I think we're supposed to probably bomb that location. Now, why would you want to blow up the question block, though? That's a good question. Let's stand over a little bit and see. Possibly it is spawn blocking something, and we can just head out the door and back in to see what that will be once we blow it up. Currently, though, I can't really aim accurately enough to do much with this. Let's just try to find the appropriate location. Yeah, I guess because if you hit the corner, you get that first bounce, and that's already going to be a bit of a problem, so... Not really too keen on having to figure that out, but possibly we can do something over here. I feel like it has to be bombing that location, though, unless we are missing something to do with that passage. Maybe we have to tap it over? Nope. Let's try to throw once again. Yeah, too much of a bounce. Perhaps we did some kind of jump. We have 100 seconds remaining. We still haven't quite figured this out. And there might be something I'm missing. But perhaps I am supposed to hit that question block from below, or perhaps hit it with good timing, which is also possible. A little bit behind that. There we go. And that's the key. Okay, that solves that problem. No, it is just a timed throw. Nothing more complex than that. Took me a little bit of trial and error to find the correct pocket for that, but we did it in the end, and we'll just have 70 seconds to get back down here. Ignore that Boom Boom. And plug this in. Oops. Let's stop this. Go through the door, and let's see if we hit any kind of checkpoint. Not yet. But that's okay, at least we have the solution down for later. And we'll see what we can do down here. It's going to be a Master Sword. And I think we need to get within thwomp range. As you can see, a checkpoint is right there, 30 seconds ahead of me. I see a note block that's supposed to spring something up here. Mang, welcome. And what have we got? Well, I do need to blow up the bomb here such that it is going to lower the blaster up top. And then I need to find a way to actually get up there, which might be the note block, actually. I feel like the note block might be a vine that would get me upstairs. I strongly suspect it, in fact. We have no time remaining, though, to get to that checkpoint. That's okay. We've mapped out the solution up to this point. It should not be too difficult to recreate. I see, incidentally, that CC Replays has been expanding that range of emotes. Just looking at what Mang and Luca have been typing in the chat. And also, welcome back, Mang. I did see that you had the new 2-part level, at least if you count the DLC, that I will need to get to at some point. And looking forward to whatever you folks are all putting together for 7MMC, which we will be featuring in September in some form. Now let's see. Yeah, once again, we need to bomb this location here. Everything so far is proceeding pretty well. And we'll let this send me upstairs and through the door. So we're getting here with significantly greater time to spare this time. Then that's going to take care of him. And then we do this time throw here. It's like 2 blinks and a half. Not quite. We'll just have to trial and error this one. I do wonder if there's some method here I'm missing. Oh, probably just standing on this here, actually. I bet that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Why didn't we just do things the indicated way? And Barnstorm, welcome. As you can see, we just started working on this about 10-15 minutes ago. Luca, you're saying not sure if that level will be for the project, but the level will be released for sure. Good to know. I was hoping to scramble to finish up an old idea in time for 7MMC, but to be honest, I don't think I'll be able to get it done. Just haven't really had enough time to do any focused work on it. So, but I'm happy to sit this one out as a player, and it'll be interesting to see what actually winds up being on the list. And I'm particularly looking forward to whatever Lecter and Duffy have been cooking up on the video trailer front, because that's always a treat, and they really brought their A-game again this year, if the initial project teaser is any indication. Barnstorm, I have no problem with you being here, whether you're pretending to be here or not. We've had many makers in attendance here before. I've embarrassed many of them live by breaking their levels, but that's usually been a very constructive experience. And yeah, no, I used to much more actively do puzzle playtesting here, so... and puzzle adventuring in general. And so, we are no strangers to having that experience. I will not require any hints, of course. I do just let me struggle with it if we encounter any major obstacles. I'm sure it's going to be a very entertaining experience for all. Now, what did I do with this bomb previously? Ah, yes, this is as far as I got with the timeout. So, we need to blow up the bomb, and the way to do that is to hit the on-off switch. Or at least one way to do that is to hit the on-off switch, but then we would have to hit the on-off switch a second time. Either that, or the blaster is entity blocked, unless the blaster was shooting the bomb. I didn't actually see what the blaster is firing. Notice the 1 coin before checkpoint. That does tell me that there is some kind of entity limit checkpoint mechanism here, probably. Now we can blow up all that stuff under the pipe. We did kill the piranha, and killing the piranha would release the limit here by 1, and possibly that has an effect. And it does. Okay. Interesting that the key coin system was actually what confirmed my suspicion that I had to kill the piranha first. Okay, so now we're here, and we need to see what the on-off switch was actually getting me. So, let's go back. Let's reverse. I did touch the checkpoint, right? Yeah, because I had to after falling from the flag. I think the only thing we can do at this point is to proceed back out. So let's do it. And let's see where we're going this time. Okay, so this is now blocked until at least we get something like a spiny hat. This is still blocked to the left. This, however, is open, and that will no doubt be the way to go as we excavate our way to the basement, which is once again very much in keeping with Breath of the Wild if we are going to be finding that subterranean water entry anytime soon. Very similar kind of key location compared to the one that we had to bomb just a few minutes ago. Might as well tap the big guy here. Oh no, I know what this is. This is the equivalent of the dungeon, I think, where you pick up the Hylian shield, I believe. And so that would make Big Boom Boom here the... what is it? The Big Stalfos. I completely forget his name just off the top of my head, but you know what I mean. Big Skull Guy. You only see him here and, well, as far as interiors go, on some snowy slopes elsewhere by Satori Mountain. And maybe one or two other locations. Anyway, Thwomp, I think, is just going to be an obstruction. We need to do what with him? Well, interestingly enough, I think I can actually... no, I can't move that sword. Otherwise I would be able to tap a sword over, damage boost through, grab another sword, and that would be it. We can also actually take the key door. That would be a constructive thing to do until we find some way to probably get a helmet and just do something with the thwomps from below. Luca, no, that's not who I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the... I think it's just Stalmoblin, actually. And he's in the... prison cell that's below Hyrule Castle. More than that, I wish I could remember. Anyway, we need to hit these guys somehow. It's not going to be... Oh, yeah, you know what? We're just going to bomb this location here, I think. Nope. You know what? We can actually just hold into this, because we can get more Master Swords. Oh no, one-way panels, never mind. Okay. We only have 50 seconds as well, so we will likely have to come back here. Well, arrows... Ah, that is a bomb. Okay, I don't know why I read that as a Buzzy Beetle. That was obviously not the case. We have 30 seconds to... Oh, whoops. Completely make a problem of this. That's okay. 29 seconds, we can make it back. Oh. He's having none of it. Stalnox, that's what it is, yeah. That's what I meant. See, that's the thing about playing one game while trying to think of another, is that, you know, I can have perfect memory for a whole bunch of things, including a lot of Mario Maker tech when I'm not streaming, and then when I am streaming and commentating at the same time, suddenly it just disappears on me. But yeah, you know exactly what I meant. This is going to be a Vine. We will not make it before timeout, but that's okay. We've gained some knowledge. Yeah, the Stalnox. And Barnstorm, I hope that was a reasonable surmise about what that section of the level was meant to represent, but actually no, because the Stalnox would be the two stacked dry bones with the bomb that we encountered last. That's the Stalnox, not the big boom boom that I encountered initially. It makes a lot more sense for the dry bone stack to be the Stalnox. So, now we know. It's been some time since I've played that section of Breath of the Wild. I started a new Master Mode run earlier this year, but being a new run, I haven't really done anything with Hyrule Castle. Anyway, let's get back here. Haven't gone anywhere near the castle yet, just busy roaming the countryside. And I've been away from it for a few months at this point, in fact. That Master Mode file, since I've just been too busy with other things. But hopefully there will be plenty of time to get back to it and finish it up before the sequel to Breath of the Wild comes out. Okay, not much of a threat now that I have the spiny helmet for him to bounce on top of. Unfortunately, I can't push him off screen, but that's okay. We can beat him that way instead. Getting the Hylian Shield was most fun you had in Breath of the Wild. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the order in which you do things and when you see something. And because I think a great deal of Breath of the Wild is going to vary depending on when you encounter it on your adventure and how blind it is up to that point. Anyway, as I expected, there is a vine that takes you back up here. I thought that was definitely going to be the case, and this is going to be a shell refresh, I'm sure, if I actually kill something to release it. Yep, there we go. It is an entity-blocked object refresh here, but if you manage to obtain a sword and knock out some piranhas, that would surely not be a problem. Yes, with the Hylian Shield replaced by the Shelmet, that's what was meant here. Okay, now let's see. Whoop. We'll just bump these guys. And this appears to be the chandelier. When you... Whoops. I always have to calculate in my head, like, what the overlap here is, because I played a lot of Mario Maker 1 earlier in the year, and in Mario Maker 1, when you see this kind of semi-solid overlap, it is not safe. And I mostly play Mario Maker 2, but it still throws me off just for having switched between the two games from time to time. Why did I do that? That was silly. We can always go back out and grab another shell, of course. I'm supposed to toggle the on-off switch. And that's going to require me to do something to ignite the bomb, which is probably going to require me to get up to the snake block. I think I needed to bomb this out first. Let's go back out and grab the helmet, actually. No, I can't do that. Never mind. And there we go. Yeah, I should actually get back to streaming a little bit more Maker 1 at some point, because I still had a lot I wanted to do with it. I was mostly prioritizing 1, 2, 3 YMM earlier in the year, along with a couple of other puzzles by Tetraterix, because I've been playing through as much of that as I can. But it's been a couple of months since we returned to that as well. Just too much to play. Years and years of content for Mario Maker 1 deep in the backlog. But it's always fun to get back to some of that simply because it is such a unique experience. You see so many things that are not present in Maker 2. And so I don't really see any kind of redundancy to it. It's just that you can't really take any of the lessons and apply them to new courses, which I'm not really doing in Mario Maker 2 anyway. At least not recently. So, let's hop in here. And let's keep the Shelmet this time and actually think about what to do once we get back to that other location. Okay, here's the Stalnox. He's going to die to bombs because that's what they do. And, whoops. And we'll juggle this guy again just to do it the fun way. Do I even need to kill him for a key or anything? I don't think so. It's just for a bit of added flavor. Yeah, but that's okay. Flavor is the name of the game here, so let's get back upstairs. Try to survive with a Shelmet long enough to get to the next one. course, blowing that up early accomplishes nothing, but that's okay. And as you can see, the entity limit just requires you to release one enemy there before things open up. Okay, let's do this. Oh, I see these coins here, and that's probably relevant to something. Anyway, we need to do something about that on-off switch, which implies to me that I do want to get up to that snake block, and that the snake block would crush the bomb, which is being positioned there by the twister. In order to do that, we need to do something about this muncher. Let's not run straight into it, which was the problem I had previously. I feel like we needed to blow something else up here. Let's see where we can go. Could we potentially move this? We'll see. Don't see how that's going to be helpful, though, unfortunately. We can raise it. We can raise all this. Drop some platforms. Smash up the furniture. And okay, so smashing something up gave me the POW. It might have actually just have been killing everything. I just didn't even check this POW earlier. But it was something entity-based, and I couldn't quite tell what. I think it actually might have been the platforms then, if the platforms were on tracks, which I don't think they were, given their track arrangement. Well, maybe they were on a horizontal track, and you just needed to lower both of them. I'm not sure. But anyway, we activated something, and that's good enough for me. Let's move this out of the way. And then proceed. Anyway, here's coin 2. And yeah, once again, that's going to affect the entity trigger upon respawning at the checkpoint. Now, that guarantees that you start with the off state here. I believe that's the point of that mechanism. And then we just need to continue once we have done another toggle, which will likely be in the next room. You won't be coming back through that pipe because of the semi-solid underneath it, but we'll be finding some other way. And we'll open things up over here and see what lies in store. Okay, this looks like a shrine, doesn't it? That shrine entrance that is in that canal pathway, or whatever it is. Looks kind of like it anyway. Notice that we can potentially blow up. Oh, it is a guardian. Yeah, no, it's absolutely a guardian because of the beam from the Mecha Koopa. Absolutely a guardian, yeah. One of the ones that just stays in place. Anyway, we might as well just hit the P-switch and see what happens. Yeah. I guess because we are along the Castle Ascent right now, that is one of the guardians that we're dealing with. There is a Super Ball here. That's interesting. Ah, yes, okay. So P-switch needs to be activated for long enough that we can hit this on-off switch here. Okay, I get it. And that will be the point. Might as well get rid of some of this. Not that it matters too much. We have some things to blow up on that side as well. Okay, so now we know where to go. Notice that if we do blow up this question block here, for example, by placing a bomb on top of this one-way panel location, whoops, then we can run directly back across with the P-switch. There we go. Yeah, because we can just run through the Guardian. Alternatively, we can just head bump this thing, which is not going to buy me much time, but might be funny if we can get a P-switch on top of the Guardian conveyor. Nope, not quite. It would have been fun, though. Oh no, P-switch activates anyway, so never mind. Guess we'll just race it back, unless we want to do something with the head bump strategy. Oh, whoops. I accidentally held onto this because I was preparing my up-diagonal shot, and I grabbed onto the vine instead. That's okay, we'll go back down, we'll do it again. The 120 seconds that we have remaining, which will likely lead to a reset. Okay. We can probably just run underneath this one this way. Hang on. Okay, there we go. And then that's not going to save me much time, but that's okay, we'll take it. The margins were tight enough that that actually could make a difference. And then we'll see where this leads. It leads up here if we can get rid of that other block, which is just going to be a bomb on the note block, I'm sure. Let's just get rid of this guy. Not like time is of the essence or anything. Oh, we should have jumped off of him. Okay, my mistake. Now I tell myself that. Yeah, we should have jumped off of him. Let's see. I would need to get out of this room to respawn him. Unless... yeah, I probably did need to jump on him. Unless this is a vine, which it is. Yeah, absolutely. And that little line indicator again for where to stand, now that we've learned how to pay attention to that kind of thing. And alright, let's move on up. 30 seconds remain. And we'll escape some guardians on our way up the tower. We probably want to blow up some of this first, unless the mechas would like to take care of that for me. Very nice, thank you. Okay. 14 seconds, we'll, of course, make a mess of things. Let's see, with the remaining 7 seconds, how far we can get. More guardians. Whoa. Okay, we are going to run out of time over here. It looks like we do need to escort something along the bottom if we bomb out those blocks and lead something like a spike block, sorry, spike ball rather, all the way to the on-off switch. That would take care of it. And yeah, we could jump him, but no, we'll do things the long way. Blow this up and then do the whole P-switch sequence to the left. Whoops. Let's stand here for a change. And we're going to look at the explosion because we're just not cool enough not to. And then over here. Yeah, so we did need to blow up the question blocks in order to escort the P-switch the way that I was doing it. I mean, we don't absolutely need to do this, but it's fancy, so we'll do it. I think it's more fun that way anyway. Interestingly enough, yeah, you're not really going to break the mechanism because the P-switches, if destroyed, will just always spawn. I don't think you can actually get the P-switch stuck anywhere. Anyway. Oh, whoops. Okay, fine, we'll take it. Oh, you know what? You can just punch through here. Above the Guardian. Why didn't we think of that? Look at that, doing things the easy way. Who would have imagined? That's okay. We gave the other method a proof of concept, and that's what matters. Okay, there we go. Now, what happens if I jump on top of the Guardians? There's got to be something good. No, just more Guardians. Interestingly enough, you don't actually need to bomb your way through the top right, because the remaining Guardian does shoot that for you. Unfortunately, we have lost the Shelmet. So just some kind of Shelmet-related bonus that we need to know about. We're not getting it. Ah, yeah, okay, so we can bomb this, but it looks like we could similarly use the bomb range on the mecha cannons. No, we won't. We're just going to bomb it. Okay. And we'll just dodge a couple of things here. We've had some practice with that sort of thing. Can't imagine where. Feels like we saw a couple of Mecha Koopas, cute Mecha Koopas in a cloud not so long ago. That may have acted as a bit of inadvertent preparation. Whoops, okay. So much for the Master Sword. Let's pick up another one. And that's the sound of doom as we have a little musical segment here. Using power-ups for the music track, of course, because only so many entities remain. Even with all these piranha plants down below. Okay, here we are. That's the key. Let's not have a key death, although we're past checkpoint 2, I don't think it actually matters. At least I certainly hope it doesn't. Would have been a very unfortunate place to time out if so. Okay, boss time. Phase 1. By the looks of it. Phase 1 of the Calamity. And this is the bridge segment right here before the goal axe. There's no reason to shoot that. I don't know why I'm just following the marker there when I usually just don't follow markers. What if we just sneak under Calamity? What do we do? Oh, okay. You can't really do that. Oh no, it's just a bridge. It's not the axe bridge. Never mind. What am I talking about? Okay, so there's a P-switch up there that I guess something will have to land on after a series of on-off interactions. Yeah, that's what it is. You toggle the on-off switch a couple of times. It will lead to the activation of the P-switch up above after something gets unloaded on that conveyor. Let's just mess around here a bit until we can see what's going on. I feel like we want to tap that spiny just to get rid of his arms. Okay. We have not activated an on-off switch lately, have we? Let's see where that was. I feel like, yeah, we open up either side, and if you fire at the marker, it will activate an on-off switch for you that you can just barely see under the... what is it? Yeah, where the red mecha is positioned. On the left side of the skull. I actually think that it's possible to jump on top of the missile and do it with a bomb in it. Might even be preferable to do it that way. No, not really. Killing the mecha doesn't do anything too bad to the fight, I don't think, but we'll see. Oh, maybe we're just supposed to stand here. Not quite. Something's deflecting. There we go. There we go. 176 seconds. Let's do it on the other side. We'll eventually escort something over. And we've got the hang of it. Yeah, interesting implementation of Calamity. Whoa, that's bad news. Let's not do too much here. We have a key already, but we don't have a P-switch, right? So do I want to continue here? I believe I do. Let's take a look, though. Yeah, because we need to get rid of that blaster, and I believe the P-switch will be required to do it. There we are. Yeah, very interesting way of designing Calamity Phase 1. There we go, and that's the P-switch. And here's a POW. Now, what could we possibly need to POW for? This is just an aesthetic thing, I think, this thing here. I guess we'll just whack it and see what happens. Absolutely nothing. But it's the thought that counts. And it looks like you do need to be... What are you coming here in the off state? Or did you need the on state to get out of the previous door? Because I felt like you could actually... Once you activate a P-switch, I'm wondering if you could toggle the on-off switch again at the very end, come over here in the off state and see what's above the ceiling, but maybe not. I didn't look at the exit closely on that boss. Anyway, 26 minutes, not too bad. From checkpoint, of course. Took closer to 40 minutes in total, which is pretty reasonable for a Hyrule Castle remake. The key was only for the checkpoint 3. I see. Okay, so thank you for the GGs, everyone. Let's continue to part 2. Defeat a Dark Beast Ganon with help from Princess Zelda and the Bow of Light. Looks like this is going to be a music level. Let's see how it goes. And yeah, Barnstorm, I do plan to get through the rest in this sitting, so thank you once again for joining me, and I hope it's been a good viewing experience for you so far to see these levels in action. I also hope that things have been functioning. I kind of had to redo my setup today since we're back in my old streaming environment after a couple weeks in an alternate studio. So hopefully audio and video and network and everything are going well. I have much better internet here than I did in the past few streams, so things should be holding up all right. Anyway, enjoy the Dark Beast Ganon as well, I guess. Oh, whoops. Should have actually paid attention here. That was very clearly demarcated with the green semi-solids that are normally supposed to be plants, but here it looks kind of like a poison waterfall, which I'm sure was the point. Oh, okay. That blew up for me. That'll work just fine. Anyway, we made those guys run into each other. It works for me. And look at a maw of Calamity. Whoops. Maybe wanted to keep the sword here, because otherwise it is going to be death. Okay. And we'll shoot the Calamity in the face, because that seems much more in keeping with what you're supposed to do with the Bow of Light. Oh yeah, we just push these guys into each other, and that seems to be a much more effective way of dealing with them. And down we go. Oh, whoops. Yeah, same mistake once again. That's okay. Interestingly enough, if we pushed the mecha into the correct position, if it revived on time, I might have been able to jump off of it towards the on-off switch. We probably wouldn't survive very many switches like that, though, so I think keeping the Master Sword is going to be required. Yeah, nice way to do a bit of a two-parter for the finale. With segments that feel completely different, which is very much the case for the Zelda final bosses. Do we get a refresh on the Master Sword? I do not believe we do, so looks like this is going to be death. We just don't know it yet because we are Mario, and Mario, in this context, doesn't know what's going on. Alright, tap him in the eye once again. Or on the cheek. I have to appreciate that Calamity Ganon's face there. It does have that kind of piggish Ganon look to him. That is detectable even in the pixel art. And perhaps even more so than the actual vaporous Calamity Ganon in Breath of the Wild. Whoa, okay, that was a very premature jump. So, let's take those green semi-solids seriously. They are a very nice touch, just using them to demarcate poison flow. I need to start actually reacting to them as a visual indicator of what to do, so, or where not to go. Whoops. Let's start this one over. Blue Blur, I am doing alright. I hope you're doing fine on your end as well. As you can see, I am back to my earlier start time for now. We've got, hopefully, a lot of streaming to catch up on in the coming weeks. I am planning to cover, in September, both Splatoon 3 and Return to Monkey Island, if we can fit them in. So, a lot of streaming ahead if I can manage to fit it in. Although, of course, I've been streaming much less than I expected over the past few weeks for a number of different reasons. So it'll be nice just to get back into a regular pattern again and do a lot more recording and commentary for your edification and entertainment. Been a while since you've been last year. Yeah, I understand. Blue Blur, you've probably I've been enjoying a summer off school as well, if I recall. And yeah, I've been running some pretty tricky times for people recently, so totally understandable that we would have a slight change in audience. I've always run at a bit of an awkward time for everybody, a little too late in the day for people in North America, a little too early for people in Europe. And we somehow make it work. It means that we wound up with a pretty hardcore set of makers, actually, who come by here when I'm active. Ah, you've been in school for about 3 to 4 weeks now. Okay, so you do have a term time starting in October. Not October, August, rather. What am I saying? Okay. And then... Oh, totally missed that guy, and then that's fine because... Oh, missed the on-off switch up above. I had the right idea, I just had an extremely poor jump. And yeah, Blue Blur, what you realize after a while is that different university systems follow vastly different schedules in terms of start time, sometimes even within the same university. And it depends what country you're in and also which institution you're in. And I've experienced several of those. I've had September starts, I've had October starts. It's been all over the place. Okay, there we go. Nope. That was unfortunate. I hit the coin, and the switch, not so much. Yeah, so the thing is, the big coins actually deflect the arrow, don't they? And that's something I never really thought about as being a problem, because usually you don't think of the coin as something not to touch. But it might just be obstructing my aim as well. You got into honors classes. I might know what that is. There are quite a few different systems around the world by that name, so... Oh, nope, lost a link over here. That would be a little quicker with dealing with the piranhas. Maybe even a bomb throw might be preferable there. I feel like this is taking me way more attempts than the actual second phase in Breath of the Wild, which always felt to me like a bit of a spectacle cutscene phase. Which is true of a couple of different Nintendo boss fights, where sometimes the last phase is just there to look flashy and reward you for getting through the earlier stuff, and isn't really a core part of the fight. But then again, Breath of the Wild's final boss sequence was such a minor part of the game, if you think about it. It was too slow there. I need to do that quicker before the coin becomes an obstruction. Yeah, because the thing about Breath of the Wild is that you play it for a couple hundred hours, you decide to yourself, okay, time to see the final boss, and then you do that, and then you play it for another couple hundred hours, and the conclusion doesn't really feel like a conclusion, because it's just embedded somewhere in the middle of the experience. Barnstorm, nah, I don't mind a longer sequence here. But I'm not somebody who generally complains about checkpoints. And I think, given that this is supposed to be the finale, it does make sense for this to put you through a little bit more. It's not like it's a major reliability issue or something. Oh, whoops, faced the wrong way with the arrow. I'm generally quite poor with jumping diagonal shots, and I've died to many, many Link action levels that way. Oh, nope, bad idea. I was trying to kick that out of the way and jump over it. That did not go. And yeah, Barnstorm, not Barnstorm, Blue Blur, there are a lot of different honors or accelerated academic systems around the world. They go by different names, advanced placement, international baccalaureate, a whole bunch of different systems. So, but generally, yeah, as a term for it, I hear honors classes often enough. So I do know what you mean. Okay, got quick arrow shots down there that time. Oh, nope, missed that one. So delaying those shots might not be a very good idea, but we'll see. Let's get back there and... Yeah, I don't think the checkpointing is a problem. There isn't that much of a wind-up time in the early sequence anyway. It's not like there's a huge delay that you need to sit through in order to get back into the action of the level. So... I don't mind it so much. Oh, whoops. And the other thing, too, is that if you did checkpoint it, that would also mean that it would have to be a refresh point for the Master Sword. And depending on how you tune the challenges in this level, that's not something you necessarily want, given that that would permit something like a damage boosting strategy leading up to the checkpoint. And so that may or may not have fit the design here. Obviously, if you wanted to design around a checkpoint and just redevelop a couple of things, you could have done that. And I'm sure you would have figured out how to do it elegantly, so... I'm just saying that, you know, it's not like you could just pop in a checkpoint and call it a day anyway. There are always some adjustments that have to be made. Oh, that was not so good. And that was also not so good, but that's okay. We're through here, and like I said, you take a bit of damage at the end, and you get a Master Sword, so... Kind of crashed out of that at the end there, but we made it far enough. You got an algebra, biology, and not so much English, I see. Oh, in terms of your honors classes, I see. Well, anyway, Blue Blair, I hope the start of the year is treating you well. Okay, interesting here. We can tap this stack while listening to the finale variant of Zelda's Lullaby. That was one of the very lovely touches in the finale. We do need to do a bit of an aerial shot here as we descend. Or just bounce up. Maybe it is going to be a diagonal shot upwards. Let's see. No, ceiling has something to say about that. Check the range here. No, we do need to do a forward shot, I'm pretty sure. Probably high up as well. Yeah, that's not going to work. Ah, I see the reason it doesn't work. It's because of the semi-solid up top. And you're also out of range horizontally, so... I think we will need to kind of do some bounces up here and get all the way up to the top, cling onto the vine, and then shoot to the right. Let's see. Just do a tap shot. I'll always have a bit of a late release on that. Just need to hit the bomb. That's all it is. Okay, there we go. Now, do we hit the other on-off switch? No, we don't. We should have crawled through the top. I feel like I made a mistake. I made a mistake, didn't I? That's okay. We can probably toss a bomb across, and that might do it. Except we don't really have anywhere to pull out a bomb here, do we? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that, except... Oh, I definitely shouldn't have done that, actually. I hope this is not a lock that will force me to restart. Because I feel like I did something very, very wrong by locking myself out. We may have to restart the level, let's see. It wouldn't be a finale without me discovering a soft lock. Yeah, that is how it goes. And it's just the way I play. I try things. Sometimes it uncovers secrets, sometimes not so much. That's okay. It's not going to be too much of an ordeal to shoot things again. And that is the end. Yeah, naturally. I would expect so. In a music level, you only have so many entities to work with. And that was something that certainly looked like a finale. Okay. Okay, there we go. Whoop. Kind of a terrible shot on my part again. Just a bit of a muscle memory issue, perhaps. And here we go. And we'll make it through. And let's see what we can do here. Yeah, just had to be careful with those coins. Nice when you can pick up the coin as well, of course, with the end of the arrow shot. Whoop. Overshot to jump a little bit and just hit the wall. Should have thought about holding right out of that, but I was slightly thrown off my expectations on that jump, so we'll just redo it. And we'll try to shoot more accurately. And we'll just tap everything we can on the way through, and then mine into the piranha dunking that we're going to see shortly thereafter. Hey, that's one way to do it, just ram it with the mecha. Nope, missed a shot once again. Hey, Donkeyman, welcome. Hope it's going well, Donkeyman. I saw you have the new Boom Boom level that was put up last week. I do follow Aegis, and I playtested an early version of his Zelda dungeon that I think he re-uploaded this week. I didn't break it, so somebody else must have. And now I'm wondering, well, unless he just wanted to make some improvements for design reasons, of course. But yeah, actually, the reason I ran a Zelda special where I started playing this Breath of the Wild world a couple of weeks ago was specifically because I saw Aegis's most recent Zelda level come up. That was one of the ones that I was prioritizing. So I did see that he made some kind of change, but I don't know what that is. And he put up 2 recently. Yeah, I have to check if I've played both of them, but I was definitely paying attention to that. Maybe it wasn't re-upload. Maybe he did, in fact, upload a second one completely. So I'll have to check that, because I know he's been really giving the Master Sword a workout recently, so... Whoops. Anyway, Donkeyman, hope you've been doing well on your end of things. Always good to see you here. Blue Blur is going to request Pink Link. Not that we'll really see much of her in action unless Link makes a serious mistake and reveals his true identity. And here we go. And yeah, so Barnstorm, Aegis is somebody who is from a graphic design and animation background, as you can probably tell, and so his video trailers for his own levels are always a treat. I tend to watch them after the fact so I don't get spoiled, but he's made a couple of Super World trailers in the past, and whoops. And also, Barnstorm, if you followed 5 and 6 YMM last year, I believe Aegis did the Rosalina's storybook artwork in the epilogue, if I'm not mistaken. He contributed some of the artwork to the trailers, and I believe that was one of it, the pieces that he made. And so, yeah, we're well aware of his talents as a graphic designer. And yes, Document as well. Document also somebody who is from an art and animation background and contributed the Yoshi's Scooby-Doo, which was quite something. And Mortal Koopas as well, if I remember correctly. Whoops. And yeah, Blue Blur, unfortunately, the Master Sword does not change. I actually don't know how that functions in multiplayer. I thought it followed the Four Swords colors in multiplayer, but the thing is, I don't really play this game in multiplayer, so I don't know. Because I thought one of the pretexts for removing the amiibo costumes in this game to begin with was because they couldn't find a good multiplayer implementation, and then you see the Master Sword and you think, huh, but that makes no sense. They're all dressed as Link anyway. Okay, let's not completely destroy this time. Let's just tap it and get out. And not lock things up too badly. There we go. Okay, let's not tap it twice. Bad idea. He's dead. Let's move on. Yeah, I would have thought they'd change in multi. They would have to. You would think I would have picked that up just by watching other people do multiplayer streams, but apparently not. Anyway, that's going to take you up above the basement and towards the eventual flagpole, but first we're going to see THX1138 do its usual thing. We are, of course, going to tap this thing and try to blow it up, because we have 400 seconds to play with, and a lot of stuff we can wreck along the way. Well, these are 1-ups. But what about the ones below them? Whoops. Yeah, we need to offset this one slightly so it doesn't blow up both. Let's see if we can do it. No, it's going to blow up both. That's okay, I think it's just all... Oh, no, it's not all 1-ups. These are coins, so... We've uncovered the fact that the ones that were not exposed to begin with are all coins. Okay, I see. So it's just a top layer. And what did that do to the T? Let's see. Definitely. But then what about this one in the middle? Let's find out. Coin or 1-up? What do you think? Coin. Okay. That's fine. We'll take it. We're going to savor the moment here. And tap this one from above. There we go. And there we are. And that's Zelda. We went up her skirt at the very end, which might not be within Nintendo principles, but that's okay. We got a Triforce for our trouble. And Chai Latte, welcome, by the way. Just missed your message earlier. Thank you for the GGs as well. Now, there is one last little epilogue that comes 900 Korok seeds later. We're going to get a pile of poo. You have 895 Korok seeds. Get 5 more and win your big, stinking prize. Which is actually not something I did in Breath of the Wild. Actually, I played Breath of the Wild blindly enough that I completed it with absolutely no idea how many Korok seeds in total were in the game. And 900, let's just say, was higher than expectations. I think by the time I put away my normal mode file, I was up to 600 something, but on my first completion, no, nothing even close to that. I would not have guessed that number. Anyway, let's stink the place up. Okay. I tried to stomp on this block like I was Link already. That was not a good idea. I'm still in Master Sword mode, it seems. Okay, that's just sealing. And yeah, Lukai, they deliberately designed it with the expectation that nobody is actually expected to get nearly 100%, but that you would have a reasonable number. Now, the thing is, I played Breath of the Wild so out of order that I think I was sitting on like 180 some Cs by the time I got my first upgrade, because until that point I didn't actually see Hestu for the first time in the game. But that's just how I play, so... I wonder if there's a way to... I mean, you would have a spike ball hit, right? I don't actually know where the switch is located, so I don't know where that would go, but... I wonder if there's a way you can reactivate. But even if you did reactivate, it would release a spike ball and you would be able to deflect it back down, so... It wouldn't lock you out or anything. But we just wonder about these things, so... Anyway. There's a coin. Number 2. So, for example, if you went back... Oh no, one-way panel, okay. Jumping downward arrow could work too. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure where the spike ball was hitting, so... Kind of difficult to tell. Read what I said earlier about not really being able to do diagonal shots, but that's okay, we managed to get it. I wonder if you could actually kind of... Yeah, no, you can't really get up there with a bomb or anything, so... But what if you stood on top of the left side blocks and then tried to do some kind of bombardment from the side? I don't know. Probably not. If somebody actually tested it thoroughly, they should try that, but we're just spitballing some ideas here. Anyway, we're going fishing. I guess it's close enough to picking off Octoroks in the actual game. And there's a coin. Interestingly enough, you could of course just let that coin expire and it would affect nothing since it's not actually tracking your regular coin count. Mechanically, anyway. We do see that we're not on 4 out of 5, and now we need to get up to that tree from either side. Those are the Korok balloons. Yeah, yes, of course they are. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, in fact. You know what? Let's just shoot this thing. And this is when you are shooting the apple to match the trees that are in a set. So each one of these is kind of a tribute. I found it kind of a nice touch, Barnstorm. I know I said this in my last recording of the earlier levels, that in some of the early Breath of the Wild levels in your set, that you did actually recreate a couple of the Korok seed elements, like, you know, placing the apple in the empty bowl that's 1 out of 5 or whatever. There are a lot of little aesthetic tributes all over the place. And no surprise that we'd see more of it here, and then now we're going to have a little maraca dance from the star of Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Oh! Okay. We got pooped on. That's a big finish. Didn't really manage to pick apart the poop at the very end before we hit the flagpole. Alright, thank you for that, Barnstorm. My pleasure to fit this in and finish the last few levels here. For anybody who came in late, I will share with you once again Barnstorm's maker code in case you want to see this Breath of the Wild series. Like I said, we did all of the other levels in our Zelda special a couple weeks ago. And there are a couple of other remakes as well, like this very recently uploaded Metroid one. We've had Metroid specials in a stream before as well, so maybe eventually we'll play the whole set. Anyway, let's get on to the next thing that I want to do. which is tidying up a couple of hard modes in some recent levels by Luca that we didn't get to finish during viewer levels. And yeah, Burnstorm, my pleasure to play once again. Let's see if we can dig this up. And then after that, we'll see how much time I have, because I don't know how long I can realistically run today. But the point of running a backlog stream from time to time is to make sure I can take my time with levels and not feel rushed or not feel like I have to cut things off early. So this is Luca's maker code. And the ones that we're going to do are the alternate route to Butter Bottom Birthday, which we saw last week on viewer levels, and Thick, which we saw some time ago, and I'd have to relearn this 0.6 level. This is the Big Mushroom one. And I don't even remember how I missed a hard mode exit, or if I voluntarily missed it, but we'll have to discover that organically, I'm sure. Rediscover it, perhaps. Anyway, Butter Bottom Birthday is kind of interesting in that it is a clear condition level, but a clear condition level with a key door at the end. We got to the key door last time, and it gives you visibility of an alternate route that is a hard version of the level that also fulfills the same clear condition with roughly the same mechanics. And so we didn't manage to finish that route last time. We're going to make an attempt at it today. And the entrance to it, if we remember to take it, is right near the start. So we're going to butt stop 69 coins. But before we do that, we're going to go down here. I am deliberately trying to get into that slot in the beginning because there is a hidden pipe there that we're supposed to enter. I just missed it because I haven't been accounting for the NSMB wind. But it is there, I assure you. We're not just mindlessly falling into the first pit. We're very mindfully falling into the first pit. Okay. We got some fast auto-scrolling on here, and then I need to recall what it is I'll do there. We jump off the claw and towards the spring above it, I believe. Okay. Nope, we do need to hit jump early enough to spring past that obstacle. And yeah, document. This is definitely a very interesting approach to working more content into a clear condition level, while making sure the player is properly trained in the relevant mechanic. So, and is inherently a fun mechanic to begin with. Definitely deserves that amount of exploration. I mean, you can't really just start a standard level like this. You do kind of need the original part of the level as a training segment in some ways, so... oh, wall jump up. No, I misread that. Just completely misread the wall. Yes, chai latte. So once again, when you play the normal route and you collect the pink coins in the level, they unlock a... no, not the pink coins, of course, because that would count towards coins. It's not a pink coin route, it's a key route, rather. There's a key in the middle of the level where if you grab it and survive with it, you plug it in at the very end, and that reveals the pipe. So when you start a level over again, you get to see the alternate route. So that's how playing the level the standard way allows you to earn the alternate route, as if it were an epilogue segment past a checkpoint in a level that actually has checkpoints. So it's basically a way to get around the lack of checkpoints in a clear condition level by showing you the alternative as a knowledge check instead. So yeah, it is very clever. Okay. Now let's see this. The wall jump up. A little slow here, I think. Very nice. Wait, I wanted to wall jump up that, didn't I? No, maybe not. Oop. Feel like I'm a little behind again, but anyway. Here's Luca, and then happy birthday. We've got 69 coins already, so that's actually it for this route. And we're going to completely fail to collect any of the 1-ups. So much for lighting the candles. I've got 120 seconds to mess around. We'll mess around. Partly because I have to ascend this thing to begin with. Whoops. Come on. Let's do it. Hey, there's Yoshi. We will naturally try to pick up Yoshi. Oh, we need to hit that on-off switch as well, don't we? I guess we should try to work towards that. Come on. Desert Wind, cooperate with me here. There we go. Yeah, we might as well just tap that and... Now, we have an off switch. And Yoshi doesn't actually do anything with that. So what do I do? Oh, we need to stomp this thing, don't we? Stomp to stump? Yeah, because there's a block underneath that. Hang on. Let's go over here. Nope. Watch me time out on this. Oh, no, we need to stomp it again. I said we need to stomp it again. Whoops. Best birthday ever. You know what? There we go. Now let's not get squished. Okay, that works. Oh, no, we gotta check it. No, we have to check it. Wall jump off the right side, yeah. And there we go. That felt more satisfying. We have to hit the moon, of course. And then... Oh, okay. There we go. We need to slide in and then hit down. And now it's mission accomplished. 15 seconds remaining. Okay, that went pretty smoothly, actually, given that I didn't manage to complete it on the last stream. So yeah, I do highly recommend that people who haven't played the level in its proper route before do so. Anyway, let's get on to Thick. And I don't know how long this will take me, but depending on how much time we have left afterwards, I'll also deal in some levels by some of the people here. I know that Document, Mang, etc. have some new creations, so we'll do some kind of casual maker hangout for as long as I can stay. But here's Toadette hopping incessantly, crashes constructions, and who knows how long this will take me this time. We have to relearn the standard level first, you see, so... And we are properly assigned to Toadette here. Luca, you can upload one with the bonus version only as needed. No, we're going to do it the real way. We're doing it properly. Ah, okay, this is just... bouncing, bouncing. Let's actually relearn the timings here, and also the big mushroom logic when you fall off surfaces. Okay, so I had a particular sequence here that worked for me, didn't I? I'm trying to remember what that was. That's okay. Yes, because you bounce off one, you land on the other, and then you can jump over like this. I remember that now. And I don't remember if it was front to back or back to front, but it must have been front to back. Because that's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, because you break the first block and you land safely on the second one, and that's the logic that's going to carry us through the whole level. Then, yeah. Break this one. Oh. And then... yeah, you just need to make accurate predictions about what is or isn't going to break. Nope, a little too soon there. Wanted to get on top of that POW after that, and then we'll continue from that point. Okay. I think we will do just fine. Actually, just need to relearn some of this and kind of get it back in memory. And because there were definitely some patterns I felt comfortable with once we got further in. Back when I played this originally. So yeah, dead center for this mole. And we'll hold into the jump here. and that's much more suitable. Nope, we needed to jump off of the stump. Just wanted to show off that SD lock. Oh, right, I remember this being one of the levels that you said you added the sound effect to because you know that I crouch when I'm thinking. I think it was you who did that. I remember distinctly that there was some conversation we had about the flower sound effect when I ducked. The honk, exactly. It's not an SD lock if you can still honk. Exactly. I've never played Untitled Goose Game, but I assume that's the SD lock logic behind Untitled Goose Game. Just because it makes sense. Now let's get up here. Whoa, there we go. And down we go. And all the way over. And yet we'll hold into this for as long as possible. That's going to be accurately timed to do this. Then we need to stump jump. Nope, too late. Yeah, that was just an input issue. Whoops, let's not leave a comment. I remember thinking about the 50 coin up front as well, right? Didn't we go up the top at some point and go all the way to the start and get a 50 coin? I don't remember, but I feel like the 50 coin definitely would have attracted my notice, whoops, when I played this originally, so. And that was because I was still looking at the 50 coin. I'll be totally honest about that. This probably could have been done on the first cycle, but we won't do it. Whoops, no. Let's not trip over everything spiky along the way. And down we go. And why don't we tap this? Yeah, at its lowest point on that track, that's when we can approach that question block that was moving up vertically. I quite like how the mole range has been aligned here. It just lines up very well on each of these jumps. In terms of getting into the activation box and having to commit to the jump to follow through. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I was hoping to bump that and reverse out of it. I might have corrected my momentum with poor timing there, instead of just letting the trampoline do its thing. You're sure I didn't get to 50 coin, but it is possible, okay. I think I was definitely considering how I would do it, but yeah, if I didn't get the bonus objective, I probably didn't get that either. Now, the bonus objective is not based on coins, you'll notice. I think I just must have missed the exit or something last time, but we'll see. But yeah, no, I'm glad I'm reviewing the standard portion of the level first. Yeah, no, I need to just crank it right. I think playing that recent Mang Bounce level with pre-3.0 physics has gotten me all confused, in the same way that playing Mario Maker 1 gets me all confused. Whoops. You kind of have to relearn how everything works. My memory usually isn't that bad, it's more while I'm streaming, you start second-guessing everything. So. A lot of moments where you ask yourself, am I really sure things work this way? And you realize you knew how it worked all along, you just didn't demonstrate it. Oh, whoops, okay. So, no, that was a bad idea. That was a bit of a correction jump, and I should not have done that. I should have gone up for the 50 coin and then... no, I need to activate the thwomp first and then get that bounce. Let's try to do that again. Oh, whoops. Physics changed, unfortunately. Exactly. Okay. Now let's do this. And down. Okay, let's do the mole again, and then pow. Yeah, the sequence is all very readable. It's more just a matter of reacting to things accurately and making sure I get enough airtime going as well. We could potentially be here for a while, but I don't remember how long I took originally to learn this. Or whether I would have commented on whether it felt harder or easier than expectations, given the sub 0.6 clear rate. Whoops, no. See, that's the thing. You don't get a second chance on these jumps here. You can't just do a mid-air adjustment, cancel out of that, and redo it. And I do have a very bad habit of doing that, even when the big mushroom is not in play, so I just need to be extra careful about not slapping every platform. Anyway, down we go. Yeah, it's nice how well that lines up with the low gravity physics as well, in terms of getting into the mole's activation box and also still having the mole available afterwards. Lines up very nicely. Nope. How did that happen? Okay, so I think I raised the thwomp and then I go back down. I feel like the 50 coin is probably bait. Unless I really know what I'm doing. And where I am headed. I say the 50 coin is probably bait, but that's because I'm triggering this distant memory of almost certainly having attempted it. I probably wouldn't have just let that sit there without trying it at least once. However long ago it was that I played this. This was uploaded back in March, when I was streaming quite a bit more actively than I was in the last few weeks. And we'll see if we can get a more active schedule going again. Especially with things getting pretty busy in September game-wise, so we shall see. Nope. Oh, interesting boo placement there. I don't think I actually saw that previously, but now we know what's up there. I'm glad I revealed it. Centrix, welcome. Centrix, hope you've been doing well. Oh, whoops. That's what happens when you read chat when you're about to make a landing. You just back up out of a jump. Yeah, because sometimes I have these long jumps where I think, okay, I'm absolutely going to nail this landing. I can glance over at chat for a moment. These are things you learn the hard way when you get yourself a capture card. Anyway, let's go down. And punch this guy. And let's see what we can do here. Yeah, a little bit of left to right momentum on that is very helpful. I feel like I'm still not swapping directions smoothly enough when I run into that. I might need to anticipate it a little bit. as I get accustomed to post-patch Maker 2 physics again, which you would think would be second nature by now, given how much I played this game. Yeah, it's not just a spring bounce, but the fact that you're a 2x2 object in low gravity. All these things are unfamiliar and have to be kind of relearned on the go, I think. Simply because the big mushroom, and especially big mushroom plus low gravity, show up rarely enough. Like, it's amazing how many physics calculations a Mario player does out of habit. Yes, the thwomp is going to drop something for me to land on, I believe. I bounce off the left side on the landing, and I bounce over to whatever spawns on the right. There we go. And then you have the thwomp launch the shell, and then I ride it. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, yes, that's right. I had my doubts about that for a moment. Okay. There we go. I'm impressed I could do that on one go. But I guess low gravity leaves you enough time to actually read what you're doing, so... Okay, there we go. And after a while, you just kind of get a hang of what this level is trying to tell you. And that most of the jumps can be cleaned up just by holding the jump to a maximum. A lot of the issues I had, I think, were from not treating the jumps as maximum bounces. I think I have to go to the question block first on that one, rather than killing that spiny shell right away. And you have a bit of forward momentum from the thwomp there, with that bounce. But yeah, it's amazing, as I was saying earlier, how much Mario playing actually comes down to having a well-practiced, intuitive sense of what the physics are going to be. Yeah, once again, left side and then on the shell. Yeah, because the shell is actually going to bounce back, and we want to hit it on the deflection after I've hit the block on the bottom left. It's kind of like how doing things identically but going right to left rather than left to right actually really throws you off in many cases, be it reverse shell jumps or even just reverse normal platforming. Simply because your mental calculation of where the jumps will go is not necessarily going to be as well practiced. I think that's certainly the case for something like low gravity. Centrix, you accidentally deleted the birthday level you were making. Well, I mean, with any luck, Luca will have more birthdays in the future. I certainly hope so anyway, so... Oh, whoops. And I'm sure Luca hopes so as well. That's okay, just add another candle. And hold it. But yeah, Centrix, hope the making has generally been treating you well lately. Apart from the accidental deletion, that is. Oh, nope. That was kind of a bad bounce. We got dunked. Okay, we do kind of need to go right away here. And then... Right, there's a lot of momentum. It's very satisfying to get that little horizontal boost from the thwomp stump. It's a very unique interaction. Have that, and also have that narrow window of opportunity from the stump doing its... yeah, okay, so we curl under it, we bounce, and then we follow it over. I see, I see. I think I have to stay to the right of the shell, and then fall on it. But, whoops. I don't know why I was expecting a bounce there. Actually, I know exactly why I was expecting a bounce there. because we've been habituated to it, but that's what various forms of Mario Maker mental conditioning do to you. Start flubbing the easiest things. Okay, let's let this guy go down. Ah, okay, that went better this time. Very nice. Alright, moles. Nope, we'll land on the second mole, and then you bounce to the left, and you land on the third mole, and you bounce to the left, land on the fourth mole, and then you go up. Yes. Now, how would I have missed the hard mode section, or did I voluntarily not do it? I don't remember. We'll have to figure that out. Because I have no recollection of what the ending was like. But we'll go back to it and we'll see. No, you don't need to tell me. We'll find that out the hard way. That's the whole point of hard mode, is to do things the hard way, so... whoa, that was a mistake. Awful jump there. Yeah, and if I accidentally touch the flag and have to redo the whole level again, no big deal. It's a fun level. And we haven't taken that long on it today. Anyway, over we go. And let's see what we can do here. And dunk this guy. No, that didn't go well. I guess I have to fall close enough to lower it early from the left side. I think that's what I was missing. I wasn't paying close enough attention to why I wasn't activating that. I need to look at that positioning once again and see if we can improve it. Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's on the way up, I think. It's on the way up that you have to drop it. That makes a lot more sense. We just need to be on the lookout for that. And then, let's do it. I feel like this has actually been going reasonably well. All things considered. I guess since I didn't have to do too much of that initial hump of learning the mechanics or anything. Oh, whoops. Oh, that was kind of out of position. I sort of knew that was going to go badly with how I landed on the shell before I hit the POW, but I couldn't exactly tell what was going to go wrong. I just knew something was going to go wrong. And let's do this again. Ride some momentum forward. Up we go. Yeah, I knew I was coming in a bit low at that time. Anyway, let's activate the moles, and then it's going to be mole left, mole left, mole left. Oh no, up. And then this one you take to the left. Ah, yes, I remember having trouble with this. This last one here. That's okay, we can make it. Yeah, I think that last one had caught me before. I will redo it. And down we go. And what do we have here? Okay. Same idea. And then straight up. Reading indications, imagine that. Now let's see what this room was all about and why we missed my target. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. You jump over to the flag and then you hit the pipe. Yeah, okay. I must have done that previously and just decided not to complete the hard mode, given time constraints, perhaps. That doesn't seem hard to do. And doesn't seem like it's something I would have accidentally skipped. Although I might have, who knows. I probably accidentally hit the flag, actually, now that I think about it, but... we'll see. Could have been a thing. I didn't see it and hit the flag, okay. Good to have confirmation. It was apparently more memorable for you than it was for me, as the designer. But now I do see the flag, and I do see what I'm supposed to do there, so we'll catch that properly this time. I mean, I'm on the lookout actively for a hard mode this time, so... it does make a difference that I was going in there with my eyes peeled for reasons not to hit the flag. And... I'll have to look over my video footage of that. I had to dig it out of my extremely disorganized archive. Whoa, came in a little bit on his side that time. Not exactly, kind of nipped it on the corner. And unfortunately didn't really get that secondary bounce off the POW despite activating it. So, let's try it again. And see what we can do. Yeah, some of this early stuff is feeling pretty smooth at least. Not too prone to mistakes. Once you know what to do. Yeah, sometimes I'm a little wide on that curve going up to the POW, that's the issue I've been running into. Kind of amazed this segment works as well as it does. Here with the 4 consecutive moles. Okay, good. I was a little concerned there given my hitbox. Just a little bit concerned. Okay, new content. Lemmy ball, please. Well, very interesting twist on this to have Lemmy do his thing. Yeah, I guess I needed to hit the ball nice and low and then bounce up. That was a really close call, though, on the flagpole entry. Now, Lemmy's entry here is a bit flexible, at least. A bit. We'll have to see. Time for extra thick, exactly.
Hello.
This is a plus size level. No question about it. Whoops. This is a level that's all about thick positivity. Particularly once you've added balls.
Hello.
Now, no, let's do it again. Let's not do it again because that is what happens. Oh, that might have been recoverable, actually, with multiple bounces on the ball, which may be necessary by the time we're out of here. Let's see. Let's also not accidentally hit the flag, but going left to right, I suppose that shouldn't be an issue. If it does become an issue, we'll find out the hard way. Maybe I needed to stall a little bit longer. I'm just thinking about how to time his activation there on some of this stuff. Maybe if we go a little late on the first ball. I feel like maybe I needed to bounce the second ball from the side and that it pushes me over sideways. I'm trying too hard to get on top of it when it's actually supposed to push me left to right. Which is normally not a collision that you're going to aim for intentionally, right? Which is why I'm being thrown off by it. Yeah, I think that's what it is. when it's in a higher position. I didn't think to expect that because normally you see the Lemmy balls and you immediately think my objective is to bounce on top, and deliberately getting pushed is not something that would ordinarily show up in a level, and so, which is part of what makes this unique. Unclear and inconsistent? Oh, I don't know about that. I will see about that. I think you kind of need to adjust to the fact that the arrow indications aren't just showing you things to land on, they are also giving you little indications like get yourself pushed. And yeah, the Lemmy timing is something that I would like to get under a little more control, but there may be a little bit of trial and error as we find the correct timing to do that, but I assume that going immediately is typically going to be the right thing to do. Lemmy timing is bad for this. I don't know it in enough depth to really pick it apart, I think. Just a moment here. Had to take a sip of my beverage here before entering the zone.
Hello.
Okay, up we go. Alright, Lemmy. Yeah, it's true that I don't know how to predict that yet. In terms of whether Lemmy is going to give me what I want when I want it. Maybe we don't go right away and we just kind of let him spawn one first. And then that might work a lot better. That works a lot better, in fact. Why did I do that? I should have gotten the second bounce and then broken this. Interestingly enough, what happens if we don't break things? Let's see how we can progress. Because what if you got an additional ball here and then jumped over it on the way down? Oh, like this? Nope. I feel like you could actually last surprisingly long without the big mushroom, but that eventually you would have to hit some kind of check. What that check looks like, I don't really know. I mean, obviously the up pipes at the end of each segment do require big mushroom. And I don't know if that's going to be true here as well. Yeah, we should delay the first bounce, I think. I need to break the blocks to open a path for the balls. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Hello.
Yeah, we'll wait for the ball and then do a short jump over. I think that's going to work a lot better. And then I need to hit that a little higher so we can get pushed accurately. We'll figure it out.
Hello.
Okay. Nope. Didn't realize I was going to miss by that wide a margin.
Hello.
So Luca, how many video clears of this segment have you actually seen up to this point? I don't imagine that it has been very widely filmed. But let's try to make it happen. Right now it's the second Lemmy ball that I don't seem to have a lot of control over. I wonder if it has to do with when I scroll in Lemmy number 2, that might affect things. Okay, yeah, so I want to do a shorter bounce and not float so much going to the second ball, perhaps. You think just Red Knight beat it? Oh, it sounds like something Red Knight would do, for sure. Red Knight is very skilled in some ways.
Hello.
Yeah. If I had to guess which streamers would have attempted that fully, it would be one of the earlier guesses, for sure. In terms of somebody who is aware of your levels and would take the time to
Hello.
do the bonus content. So let's go down. Whoops. We still need to find right entrance for this. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be a key door exit at the end, but probably with some kind of pipe exit first if it's going to be anything like the earlier segments. Ooh, that was way late from Lemmy. Yeah, I don't really know the ball timing logic in terms of how it's calculated or how much of a random element there is to it, so I feel like might be at a bit of a disadvantage here. Whoop. Okay. Okay, that actually made sense. That actually worked. No, that felt like it was supposed to be a side bounce once again in the same fashion as we saw before, and then that would get me through the next opening. As you can see, scrolling the camera just a little further, you can see where a big mushroom check is going to appear. Otherwise, that would be an SD lock, actually, if you land on that next platform without it. Yeah, you need to let up on some of these bounces if you do see a ball coming. Not on that one, obviously. You do need to stall on that segment just a little longer. I'm going to see if I can get over to the... I mean, it's not a problem or anything. I'm just testing this out to see if we can... The whole level is an SD lock. Yeah, pretty much, as soon as you lose the big mushroom. Whoa, look at that. No bounce whatsoever because that was already... in its falling animation, I suppose. It was already expended. Didn't consider that, really. Nope. Get that a little low. That's okay, we'll find the timing pocket that I'm looking for and hopefully make it work. Nope. Leaning a little too far left at that time, I think, but... The timing of the first bounce does require a little bit of guesswork, perhaps. Nope. Shouldn't make that much of a difference, though, whether you go late and do a short bounce or go early and do a high bounce. Or a short jump and a high jump, rather. Because either way, you will eventually need to... Whoop. I felt like that almost made it, except I was expecting to be pushed to the side, and I was just a little high up on that diagonal. An unexpected jump instead. It probably is theoretically jumpable rather than just done as a bounce, but we will not test that thoroughly. We'll just try to hit whatever timing I can find that works. Now we have to stay on this column until the next ball. There we go. We go low. No. I was hoping to go low and then high. It didn't quite work out. Alright, let's see it. Always like it when I see that wind-up animation from him telling me that things are going to be alright. Yeah, need to do a faster drop there on that first ball. Then... that was supposed to be a side push. There's not enough room on that corner otherwise, so... we will... adjust. Yeah, I think the trick to this segment is to understand that there are points at which you need to do a fast drop. But sometimes there will be RNG deaths. Or possibly even camera spawning deaths. We shall see. There we go. Up, 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 up. Nope. I think I wasn't expecting to hit that corner. I should have been able to remain in the air quite a bit longer. Let's see if we can do it. Oh, no, no, no. Possibly we got a second Lemmy on camera far too soon.
Hello.
Oh, whoops. Expected a bounce there for some reason. Again. It's okay, those things happen.
Hello.
Yeah, the early part of the level doesn't feel as low as a 0.5 or 0.6 or whatever it was. I feel like that would be partly deflated by people attempting the segment. Piling on a couple of extra deaths as they try to figure it out.
Hello.
Okay, good. Yeah, need to watch his wind-up animation so we know when something is coming. There we go. I know. Once again, I was trying to hit that on the side and it just didn't go. You're sure the spring bounce is a culprit in this? Yeah, yeah. You have to be
Hello.
pretty exact when it comes to changing directions onto spring. There isn't too much room for error there relative to many of the other obstacles in the level. But luckily, there's enough of a margin of error on a lot of these high bounces that you can make it through in many cases. Oh, is that really it? Okay. That wasn't too bad. Except we have a Boom Boom boss, don't we? Alright, let's figure out what this is all about. If you hit this block, we're thinking, you see, this is why we're tapping. If you hit this block, you lower the spring. You use a spring, you bounce on top of Boom Boom, that you can bounce back. Now, the thing is, who's holding the key? Is it the block that's below the POW, or is it Boom Boom? I feel like it's going to be 3 hits on Boom Boom. So, the only thing we can do right now, I think, is to tap this. We go Boom Boom over to Dry Bones. Now, how do you get within Thwomp range safely? That's an interesting question as well. And what does Thwomp range even do for me? I'll have to find out. Oh, no. That's okay. We can always take another big mushroom. I said take another big mushroom, please. Oh, is this not an additional big mushroom? Okay. That's bad news. I was really hoping it would be. Oh, there's a mole that spawned on the left side as well. Okay, anyway, here's a key. So what is this stuff on the left all about, then? Because you can't fit here with the big mushroom. I think we're just going to pop the key door and see what happens. And see if there's a mushroom check. There is currently, however, a boo check. What even was the rest of that mechanism, then? Wait, if I come back, is there a big mushroom? Oh, just all elements of the level that are here. Okay, okay. Obviously, we're going to loop back on top. And take the flag. Okay. I guess that's it. Centric, you just realize this has thick. Oh, yes, it absolutely does. Okay, we got some time. We're not anywhere close to the Mang record on this. Thank you for the GGs. I'm going to dial up some other things that we have on the list. Donkeyman, since you're still here, and since you are probably more bedtime constrained than some other people here, we'll probably do yours first. Ah, the thumbnail. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now I realize. Clear check time is still a couple seconds ahead of the record. So, definitely some squeezing to do. Oh yeah, I forgot about the 50 coin at the beginning. Whether That would have been obtainable if you went over the top of the level and all the way back to the left. I feel like there's... I mean, most of the top of the level is covered with the boo ring blocks. But if, say, you went above around a flagpole and managed to get up to the top level, maybe that's doable. I don't really know. Okay, just give me one moment. We'll have to dial up a code, I think. Or I could just go down my new list. Fourth corner, you're creating a super world and you're making dialogue for it. Oh, you mean with comments on bubbles, presumably. And actually, yeah, now, by the way, Document, to answer your question earlier, I have not played the newest Aegis Cook level. I thought it was re-uploaded. It's actually a totally different Link dungeon. But we'll do yours first. Here comes the Boom. Clear the path for Boom Boom to keep him alive. Key equals death. Ah, the fourth corner. So you're creating short videos that accompany it. Interesting. Okay, so we're obviously checking this first. And this is the Boom Boom Escort. I see. So, I guess if you toggle the on-off switch, then you escort him over. Let's scan the top side first, just to see what happens. Keep alive. Key equals death. Okay. Well, now we know, so let's undo that. Whoa, oh, well, that ended quickly. Alright. I felt like that was a bad idea. We probably wanted to... Oh, yeah, no, you need to destroy everything that's going to obstruct Boom Boom. Okay. And that's, in retrospect, pretty obvious. So it's going to be ground pounds, and we will destroy all the blocks that we can instead of just jumping over them. Okay. I understand how this works. Okay, I feel like it was supposed to be a ground pound, or... No, you get over here, you kick the bomb to the left, the bomb activates on the poison. That destroys the block in advance. It should be a bomb kick, because it's not like you're going to be able to do the timing where you ground pound that and manage to hug the blaster on the left as it's coming over. At least that would be unusually finicky, so... Okay. There we go. Whoops. Totally missed. And yeah, that's going to be a ground pound through that. And you hit the blue platform before it is completely under, and then you get back onto the blaster stack and continue. Boom Boom behavior is actually meaningful in your concept. Luca was saying. I'll catch up on the chat in just a moment. We'll figure this out first. Oh, with the Boom Boom escorts. Yeah, Document, what's with that exploitation of Luca's hopes and dreams? I guess they're a very valuable resource. Okay, let's not stare at this for too long. Let's go down, and then... Oh no, it's going to be spin jump, obviously, on the piranhas. That was self-evident. And you do need to keep the mushroom at all times, because the ground pounds are so essential to everything that we're doing here. Nope, needed to get these from below. Fourth corner. So far what you came up with is Mario and friends messing around in Mushroom Kingdom, and then Luigi spots the Hammer Brothers looking for the 4. Okay. Hang on. Ah, Rifts on Timeline, okay. I was wondering, why does that sound so familiar? And then I realized it's because I've been watching way too much Star Trek recently. Supernova, welcome. Supernova, I saw that you re-uploaded the SD birthday level that I actually had not played yet. Certainly wouldn't mind looking at it later if you're still around. Let's remember to spin jump. Actually, that would have been survivable without it. Yeah. Interesting way of doing this blaster stack, by the way, with this little series of offsets here. And then let's go over here. Cast this aside. Nope, totally missed. Right idea, though. And thank you so much, Aegis Cook, for the resub. We were just talking about how I hadn't played your newest Link level yet because I thought it was a re-upload and didn't actually look at it carefully, and I realized it was a second Link level entirely when Document reminded me of it. We'll see how much time I have today, because I am a little ahead of expectations. I wanted to reserve as much time as I could for some of the hard mode sequences we've been seeing from Luca, and so I was going to leave the stream relatively open-ended, and it's... Oh, you know what? We'll do it this way. Oh, I could have just hit this, yeah. Now that's very neat. I like that concept. You need to pick up the shell, throw it over here, and then you continue over the blaster. Okay. Yeah, clearing the shell with the deflection, that is very nice. Very inventive way of doing a brick clear in this concept, while ensuring that the obstructions in front of Boom Boom are cleared. Gotta say, that's the moment of the level so far. Took me a moment to realize I had the shell, you see, that was part of the problem. Okay. That was the wrong way. That did not go well. Well, let's see how the locking mechanism works then, or not. Well, that's the pipe right there. That looks like it's supposed to be a mushroom check. Oh no, that's a one-way panel pointing down, so that's actually just death location. We're supposed to wall jump up and enter the pipe from above. But yeah, definitely the shell deflection sequence is my favorite thing here so far. I mean, everything else is nice too, but that's a bit of a standout moment in terms of making this concept work. That was the right way and I just missed a step. Yeah, no, it definitely looked like I was supposed to loop around up top. And I had one bomb that didn't detonate where I wanted. Perhaps. I didn't really look at that carefully. We'll find out. Okay, one spin should do the trick. Whoa, that did not go well. That's okay, let's move on here and see. Well, not like that, of course. I just wanted to scout. Supernova pretended to boot a level, which I'm sure must have fooled somebody. Okay. Let's go down. Yeah, nice little timing synchronization fix there with the piranhas. Just getting you back in line, regardless of how far ahead or behind you may be at that point. Wait. No, double kick, okay. Why a double kick? Because it's a kick to the left. Yeah, you kick it to the right, and you kick it to the left. That's correct. I see it now, because I was wondering, okay, I skipped that last brick, what do I do with it? And it's actually a double bomb kick. That makes sense to me now. And I'm glad that's a bit of a demonstration that that sequence makes sense even to somebody who doesn't read indications well at all. B-Minutes, welcome and thank you for the raid. We'll give you a shout out in a moment when I have a free hand to do so. Let's do this sequence first, though. Then, that should be on time. Oh, whoops. A little late here. And that's correct, because then you just wall jump up above that. Let's give a shout out to B-Minutes. Yeah, Aegis Cook, I finished Barnstorm's series at the beginning of this stream. That's what I did at the very start. Anyway, I hope everybody's been enjoying B-Minutes stream. I know B-Minutes, you must have been through the sonnets for quite a while now as your stream ender. So I don't know if you're still doing stream ending readings, if you've cycled back, if you've picked some new selections, but do let me know what the experience has been like over there and how you've been doing with Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I understand comes hot on the heels of you playing the original Final Fantasy just a few months ago. Whoa, that was a bad landing. And yeah, welcome everybody who came in with that. A Goldfish, Queen of Nerds, anybody else I might have missed. Aren't you supposed to ground pound the brick, then ground pound cancel to wall jump off the boom boom box? I saw the word ground pound cancel and my answer was immediately no. Because if the question is, aren't you supposed to ground pound cancel, that's probably going to be one of the later things I try. I'm somewhat biased against them. I mean, they're useful and in some cases, in many cases, necessary, but I just find them incredibly finicky. So, they've never been my preference. Okay. There we go, and that's going to dock in. Look at that, dead center on the middle stack. Beautiful. Alright, Fire Flower, let's go. Now we need to set things on fire. And I assume I'm going to have a safe landing here. Yeah. Okay, you release this and you have to take out all the fire, probably. Otherwise, the blasters crush Boom Boom. So. Oh, whoops, no, needed to get that on the way down and a bounce. Fourth corner, the reason you're going to make the secret levels optional is because you want them to be really tough. Yeah, that seems like it would be a way to do it. If you are sending the levels to people who actually care about Super World clears, rather. Oh, whoops, that's a ground pound waiting to happen, and I missed it. Anyway, let's scout. The ground pound. Then, you hit this thing. I like that you can scout even though Boom Boom is dead. Not that I've ever made very much use of it. Document confirming that Supernova's ground pound cancel method works. Yeah, I was definitely thinking ground pound followed by wall jump in some fashion earlier. I'm too slow on this. I think this is correct though. Wall jump, ground pound, and then you hit this on the way over. Probably with a wall jump off the blaster, in fact, but we'll see. And that document will double back to what you were saying about that spot in just a moment. Let's spam some of this first, though. Whoa. Oh, that was a miss. Yeah, you can definitely wall jump off of that ground pound at the very end of it. Need a little more height on that, perhaps. Okay. Whoa, a little bit slow on the landing there. Okay, down we go. Oh, miss. That's a big eh. And yeah, B-Minutes, you were saying it was a little while ago that you played Final Fantasy VII. I know you did at some point, and that you had your first play of it streamed some time ago. But I think my sense of time has been distorted recently, especially because I haven't really been on Twitch that much in the last few months. Didn't realize it had been that long. But yeah, as people here can see, I am back to an earlier start time starting this month. And we'll hopefully be able to cram in the things that I want to cram in September. Notably, not just the 7MMC Mario Maker levels that are going to be coming, this year's anniversary celebration event, but also both Splatoon 3 and Return to Monkey Island. In some order, we're going to do all of those, I hope. I should have gotten on top of the ice, I think, instead of being pushed against it. I feel like that would have been a better idea, but in general, I still don't really have a good firing position on the ice row just yet. We haven't gotten into the habit of making it there safely. And yeah, B-minutes, time flies. Time flies when you're having fun, and even when you're not. Okay, wall jump and then ground pound all the way down. And then wall jump up here. I was a little slow on that. It'll be wall jump probably to hit that with Fire Flower, and then have to hit that and that. We'll see how that's going to work. Probably hit the left block from below and then ground pound to one on the right, but we don't have the sequence worked out yet, so. Okay. There we go. Oh, no, that's the right idea. I just came in a little bit low for that. I think that is correct, though. Wall jump towards it, pop it out of the way, one square above where I was previously, and then we should be able to land and continue that sequence from there. Oops, miss. I like when you can include mashing organically in a level. Unfortunately, this level goes by too quickly for me to button mash the fast way, and by the fast way I mean the piano trill way, where you put index and middle finger on Y and X and you just trill them. That's usually how I get past button mashing segments, when I can actually free up my controls to do so, but here there's just too much platforming to switch positions that quickly on my controller, so. Supernova, I also like it when Document makes a level. Imagine that. Whoops. Always good to find a time to fit it in, too. It's always good to deal it in one of these streams when I just let myself take a bit longer with everything so we can really see them at full scale. Yeah, you gotta be a little quicker in segments like this. Okay, actually made it. Actually made that too. Nope, too close to that. I was supposed to fire from the left and pop that all the way and suspend it, I think. Possibly even suspending it on the platform, on the skull platform, I want to say. Whereas my memory scrambled here. And then dunk it to the right, because I saw the bomb and it took me a moment to think about how to use it, and I took too long to think before the blasters caught up to me. I think I see the range of options I have with it, but we need to be a little faster about wall jumps if we mean to survive against the blasters. So we'll see if we can do that. Okay, there we go. Nice and smooth. That gave me plenty of room to work with, which also meant that jump was a little easier to do. I feel like it's going to be stomp that first and then wall jump to the other one. I think I'm doing that in a suboptimal sequence. Those two bricks there. And that if I followed the coin trail, the faster sequence would present itself. Fourth corner, you're going to use the super world to improve on your level making skills? Yeah. Always a good idea. It's kind of interesting to see different makers take different approaches to that, actually. Either you practice by just making lots of stuff and, you know, getting the bad idea that's out of the way, and then going back to tune them up and polish them off with the lessons you've learned. Or sometimes you just kind of take forever on chipping away at one level at a time until something really comes together. The thing that you'll realize about all the people who seem to have just amazing profiles of tons of great levels is that they've got a lot of failed concepts that they are not showing you, or undeveloped concepts that they don't think are ready for prime time. And so it's always kind of incredible to see some makers clearly sit on a lot of unusable material and yet produce tons of stuff. Nevertheless, just with the ideas that have remained. But I think that just comes with practice, with poking around in the editor and playing the game a lot, enough to really get a feel for what works and what doesn't. Whoops. Supernova got good by making lots of levels and deleting all the bad ones. Well, that's because Supernova got self-conscious about that once he became super popular and started having people like DGR play his stuff and send tons of players his way. But that's okay. I know that, to be perfectly serious, you have a kind of standard of quality that you've developed over time as well, where you want to be proud of everything that's under your name. Absolutely understandable. Whoops. No. Big miss. And yeah, Icentrix, now that I read your comment properly, you're correct. This is a don't key mint level. Don't mint the keys. It's a very bad idea in this context, because it means that something has gone terribly wrong. Oh, that was a big miss. Didn't gain enough height to do a ground pound at all. B minutes. B minutes, let me tell you this. I have my party currently at around level 63. I am on chapter 4 of Xenoblade 3. I feel like I've barely started the story. But that I've just been poking around in the overworld to my heart's content. Let's just say that. That's been the thing I've been doing. I have not been streaming Xenoblade 3 because I knew from day one that if I try to stream a Xenoblade game, I will simply never finish it. Because I know from past experience how long they take me in. Eventually, if there's something I want to stream with endgame or postgame content, I might do that, so we can kind of show off some of the builds, try some challenge content that might actually look unique to me, and do that. But I knew with a game the size of Xenoblade that I needed to play it off-stream. So... but it has been the main thing I've been playing off-stream. Oh, whoops. Tried to do the stomp cancel. That was a bad idea. So the previous method I had for that, where you jump off the right side brick to hit the upper one, and then you stomp the right side brick over the skull, that worked, but it felt slow. It felt like it was putting me behind. And I've only successfully done it once. So Xenoblade 3, yeah, B-Minutes, tell me how you've been doing with that. I think I remember you trying to get your hands on the collector's edition for it, in fact. So, you let me know how that's going. The game, that is. Okay. Yeah, okay, no, that seems correct, because it's correctly timed with... Oh, no, okay. I see what's going on there. You need to use the blue platform to send the bomb over within range of the brick that you're supposed to destroy. So you have to shoot the bomb from left to right before you jump on the blue platform. I understand that now. I did not understand it previously. And yeah, okay, so the brick sequence is correct because it's the only way that the skull platform is in position at the correct time. Whoa, too slow. Didn't even realize I was that far behind. And fourth corner, you're telling me that you are continuing to develop the video plot of your Super World, yeah? And Supernova is being picky. Doiler Remedia, I'm not playing off a queue today, but if you want the code for this, I'm sure somebody will be happy to oblige with Documents Maker code, and this is the most recent level on Documents list. I'm just doing personal backlog catch-up today, finishing some things that I had left previously, and also catching up on some makers who have been hanging out here. And yeah, the playtesting makes a huge difference. As Donkey was saying. The thing is, when you build a level and you have something that you tell yourself, I don't think this is quite working, I wonder if I can leave it. If you leave it, I guarantee you that one of the first streamers that you send it to will run into the problem. And that's just the way it goes, that if you ignore a design issue on your level, I think we need to spin it at that point, actually. If the bomb is up in the air, maybe we can spin it far enough. If I can get to it quickly, I don't know. I feel like I needed more time on shooting it. But yeah, if you have something that doesn't quite work in your level, even something very minute, a tiny little edge case, the first person you send it to is going to inadvertently embarrass your level. Especially if that first person is me, because I tend to break stuff. Supernova, you have Donkey Mid's code memorized. You see, that's the kind of memory that used to be allocated to people's telephone numbers back when people actually remember telephone numbers. Instead, Supernova has his document level hotline. I notice I have a habit of actually breaking all of the ice at the entry point, even though it's completely unnecessary. At least mechanically unnecessary. Obviously, from an OCD perspective, it's a bit more critical than that. Oh, keep missing that shot, wow. And yeah, Doiler Remedia, I am hoping to run a few more puzzle streams. I've honestly not been streaming very much in the last 2 months, and I have been streaming even later than usual in the last 2 months, and so hopefully the times can be a little bit friendlier. But it's true that I pretty much cannot stream at other times of the day. I'm just too busy. And so unfortunately, the inconvenient time is the one that has to go. But yeah, I know the stream time is not ideal for most people, but... Oh, no. Oh, that almost made it. Except I would have needed to spring up above that much sooner. Okay, we need to fix that bomb. I think I do need to kick it. And I don't need to spin it, necessarily, because a kick as I'm going down towards the blue platform will probably be enough. It's okay for the bomb to land on the blue platform and for me to deal with it afterwards, I think. Might be a spin jump, might be something else, but we'll deal with it that way. Because I'm thinking about the bomb in terms of bouncing it on top of the blue platform and bouncing it over with the Fireflower. I do not have time for that. I have to get it onto the blue platform and then aim for it while it's still alive, so... Aim for it with a jump, rather, while it's still alive. Probably a spin jump to kick it. When the Boom Boom box collides when a block, does Boom Boom die on frame 1? Yeah, this is a pretty interesting stacking setup. It's, yeah, 2 blasters on the side plus a central stack that is just a Boom Boom stack that's centered, but it's kind of interesting how the offset works. Doiler Remedia, we'll see if we have time at the end to try one of the puzzles. I might be able to, because I've just been running a pretty short broadcast so far. Remind me about that afterwards, because I know that I wanted to do the Aegis Zelda level first, if Aegis is still here, so... because we had been talking about that. But if we have time at the end of that, I'll try to tag yours in. We have a couple of people here who are waiting, even though I'm not like really formally running a queue today. So I'll see if I can accommodate you, but no guarantees, because the thing about these streams is that one of the reasons I'm not running a queue is so I can end flexibly as soon as I actually need to end. But yeah, I'll keep you in mind, and I'll definitely see if we can fit something in. Failing that, I will be back with the actual viewer queue tomorrow. Whoops. No, you made a Kraken level in Maker 1. I think I know which one, actually. When you go back and play it, you can break it so easily. I think I've seen it. Oops. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Pop this again. And, whoa, that was a bad idea. Just ran right into the ice. You want to resurrect as Luigi. Yeah, we'll do that on the next attempt. I think it's time for Luigi to give this a go. See if he can escort Boom Boom. And that will be after this attempt. Toadette has earned the right to have one more try. Okay, a little better in terms of being ahead of pace this time. Okay. Oh, kept missing. Oh hey, that was correct, and I overshot. Standard jump will do. Spin jump is not necessary. Oh, you want red Luigi, okay. I thought you meant resurrect as Luigi. It's like distant memories of playing World of Warcraft from a decade ago, where if somebody says Res Luigi, that means they want you to resurrect Luigi. Okay. Let's get this going. Oh, not so fast. Okay. Whoops. Nope. Hang on. Alright, let's pop this. And this. Whoa, no. Sometimes I do have some issues sustaining the jump when I'm about to fire. That's a very common problem for me with object handling as well, like having shell jumps out of full jumps. Have to switch between the Y and B buttons pretty quickly to get this sort of thing together. No, that's not far enough over to the right. Needed probably one more bounce. I wonder if the bumper there is to tell me not to spin jump. Because obviously spin jump would be best there, but a standard jump does work. We found that from previous experience, so... But off the top of my head, I can't really perceive if a spin jump is going to clear that bumper, and I suspect it won't, so... But we'll see. Because obviously a spin kick on a bomb would be pretty effective. In terms of getting it to coast over as far as I need it. Maybe that is the intuitive solution, but... we'll have to see about that. Okay. Oh, whoa, how did I cancel out of that? That was unfortunate. Nat Cat, welcome. It's been quite a while. You can spin. Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to estimate the range visually, and couldn't quite tell. But yeah, like I was saying, spin would seem like the intuitive thing if you're trying to move the bomb as far as possible. We need to work on that wall jump. I'm probably going too early. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Supernova does want to be very clear about being a concept originator. Well, the thing about Supernova's concepts is that a lot of them, in order to work, the levels themselves need a lot of polish. You can't just copy and paste mechanic and expect to have a good time. You do actually have to properly design around them, and so I don't know if I can think of that many imitations, even though popular makers are often much imitated in some ways. You thought about making your last Maker 2 level a gauntlet of your best work. Well, given how many of your levels have these incredibly elaborate and budget-heavy boss concepts, who knows how many of them you can fit. So yeah, we'll see how long this stream can go today. It's always possible that I might have to bail out on a moment's notice, but we'll try to get in a few more levels after this one. I need the wall jump. Yeah, I hope Supernova and others here continue making for some time to come. Sort of interesting to think that Maker 2 at this point is only a little bit younger than Maker 1 was at the time of Maker 2's release. Maker 1 was around for... like, Maker 1 to Maker 2 was 3 years, 9 months, I think. Maker 2 is currently at 3 years, 2 months. Almost exactly. Almost. And these two games have such a different character to them in terms of what keeps people engaged and the state of the community. Okay, got it. No, bad idea. Jump up. I did not mean to hold that. I was supposed to zap all this. I need to zap all this fast enough to slide down the bullets on the right, and then the wall jump up the ice on the other side. Okay, I understand what I'm supposed to do now. I understand how that sequence is supposed to look. Yeah, you zap the ice fast enough to get to the right of the blaster stack, and then you slide until you can wall jump past that point. Supernova, I'm sure that some level of negativity on your levels is going to be to be expected when A, they're popular enough to get seeded into a lot of endless runs, B, they're also going to reach all the YouTube kids coming from DGR, bless his soul, and elsewhere. All the people with huge fan bases that are accustomed to YouTube etiquette. Whatever that may be. Whoops. Not that I'm being judgmental of anybody's audience here, I'm just saying. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's not hold the spring. Very important that we don't. No, I don't need to zap everything. I just needed to drop. I realized as I was standing on top of that that I don't need to zap everything, and therefore I didn't need to start shooting to the left. I just needed to start shooting to the right to open a gap for myself. So that was just my tendency to try to break open every block of ice doing me in. I think I'm still thinking in terms of those Luca clear condition levels, or those Mang clear condition levels, where this is like Ice 69 or something, where you have to blow everything up. Mice run fast, welcome. I just saw you come in. I don't know if you were chatting earlier, but I've been a little behind on catching up on who's been coming in, so... Mice run fast. Hope the making has been going well for you, too. Oh, whoops, nope. Cancel out of that just a little too late. We're not starting over. Fourth corner, yeah, I've been reading messages pretty selectively. I know you've been telling me about your Super World story development. I haven't been reading every comment out loud, obviously, and I've been kind of skimming a bit to the essentials since I'm kind of focused on platforming. But I know what you have been telling me. And yeah, we're all friends here. Except maybe Supernova, I don't know about that guy. Ice 69 is a great song that hasn't been made yet. Man, get on that music level. Whoops. Okay, let's see here. You've been making Goomrat 69 for about a week now. Yeah. But the thing is, if you have a Goomba split, it would be more like a 138 rather than a 69, wouldn't it? Kind of like when everybody, as a placeholder, referred to the as yet unrevealed sequel to Mario 64 as Mario 128. And then Mario Sunshine came out and they still referred to it as Mario 128 because they felt like they hadn't gotten the real thing yet. But I'm sure some of you are old enough to remember when we were in that period between Super Mario Sunshine and Super Mario Galaxy when... I mean, one of the things that stuck out to people about Galaxy right away was that it actually did resemble some of the pre-release GameCube demo footage of the Marios running around the gravity cube, right? And that was kind of informally in itself referred to as Mario 128, even though it was clearly just a tech demo rather than a real game. Anyway, ancient history here. At this point. Whoops. How many 3D Marios has it been? So, you had Mario 64, followed by Sunshine, Galaxy, Galaxy 2, 3D Land, 3D World, and then Odyssey. So that would make Super Mario 3D World, technically, Super Mario 69, right? Technically. Unless my counting is off. If you're just counting the 3D Mario series as the one that starts with 64. Whoa, no, way too low. Yeah, Donkey Mint. Can't believe Mario 128 hasn't come out yet, after all these years. Galaxy is wonderful, as I was saying. So I do have 3D All-Stars on my system. And I had been playing a little bit of Galaxy on and off. Haven't been doing a full run through it, I'd just been starting a new file to kind of poke around, but one thing that had come up in discussion on the stream before, for people who missed it when we last brought it up, was that at some point I should actually do a live-streamed reading of Rosalina's storybook. That was something that was suggested a little while ago, and is something I had been thinking about. I haven't found a good time to fit that in yet, and I need to get my file far enough that we can actually unlock the whole storybook, but it's on my list, like way back on the back burner of things I want to do at some point with my video content. We might do it for YouTube instead, because I think one of the things that instigated this was I was looking around and I actually am not satisfied with any of the available YouTube storybook readings from Galaxy. And I feel like there needs to be a good one that you can actually have as a reference to share with people. And so I thought, I might as well just make one. You know, people fall asleep to my dulcet tones often enough, from what they tell me. Oh, bad idea. Yeah, Document, when I went back to Sunshine and just kind of dabbled in it a little bit in the All-Stars collection, there were some things where I was kind of impressed they were done in Sunshine for the first time, where I had actually completely forgotten they originated in Sunshine rather than in 64 mechanically. Even just basic things like some of the wall jump mechanics and so on. But that, at the same time, there are certainly things in the world structure and with some specific levels that felt like they didn't quite have the usual level of polish. And that, for better or worse, it was a bit of an experimental game. Yeah, that was the odd thing that I found about Sunshine, was that... I mean, back when I played it originally, I think the impression I had of it was, for a game that's all about water, these swimming sections in Sunshine are absolutely dreadful. I don't know if they're actually as bad as I remember, but I remember them being pretty bad. Like the ones like the bottle that you're miniaturized into, you know? Whoa, missed that completely. Okay. Wait. How do we get switched back to Mario? Didn't we switch to Luigi earlier? Or, oh no, Red Mario. Okay, yeah, that's right. You switched me to Luigi, and then we switched to Red Mario. Or Red Luigi, rather. No, because Maestro Run Fast, you said starting over as Luigi in Galaxy, because Luigi actually does handle quite a bit differently. And then, for a moment, I just had this brain fart in this level where it's like, wait, I thought I was playing as Luigi. And I was, briefly, for one attempt. Yeah, it was in Galaxy 2 that they really kind of figured out Endgame, I think. With Grandmaster Galaxy and The Perfect Run. And 3D Mario Endgames have been the thing that I look forward to ever since. Whoa, nope, same mistake here. Oh. Didn't mean to fall into the ice right away. That was a bit of a slip, and then I fell a little bit too low to get onto Dry Bones. I did not see that Dry Bones on camera previously, so knowing it's there, I now know what to aim for with the wall jump. That you're not just supposed to cling onto the wall as it moves. Until you get to the ice position, you are actually supposed to go towards the Dry Bones first, go back towards the blaster stack as it's moving over, and then onto the ice block that is kind of in the right middle. Okay, I understand what's going on now, we just need to get back there. And there have been a couple of shot accuracy issues, a couple of timing issues on my part, so I need to sort those out. This guy always worries me a little bit. This bomb, oh, nope, it's not far enough. He needed to go one additional spot. That was probably salvageable, just barely, but we'll see. I didn't see the left blaster falling off either. I'll need to look over that. Too busy paying attention to the things I actually interact with here to see if I can break anything or introduce inconsistency. Anyway, let's get over here. Whoa, no, no, no. I was hoping to land on that block, not on the right side of it. Yeah, the fourth corner, you're obviously supposed to put up your kickstand if you're playing on portable, and or put your Switch on a stand and then unplug the Joy-Cons if you want to play. Okay. Nope. I got chucked into the ceiling again. That's happened a few times. Okay. Up here. Oh, no. Still coming in low on that one. Fourth corner, you're going to go to sleep even though you don't have anything important to do yet. Just gotta make your own judgment about that. But thanks for dropping by. And I hope your world construction goes well. There we go. Okay, don't pick it up. Jump up. Okay. Nope. Too late. I'm trying not to fall through too soon, but in my effort to correct that, I wound up dwelling a little too long instead of being able to fall through the gap. Want to fix that? Okay. That time, the timing felt pretty good, well in advance, which is always a nice feeling. Just kind of intuit that the timing is going to work out. Same with that segment. This one's feeling like a pretty smooth attempt so far. Let's see how it goes. That's known as a jigs. I feel like that happens quite a lot, actually, that I comment what a good run it is, and then make a pretty clear self-inflicted mistake. Alright, let's pump this again. See what we can do. Nope. Starting to slip a bit on some of these wall jumps, but we'll see if we can clean this up. Yeah, that was shaving the corner a little bit too close. Their percentage, I think, is something like 0.8 or something. It's higher than I'm making it look. Like, it's a level that feels very manageable to me. It's just that sometimes I'm off a little bit with my aim or timing, and all of the mistakes look pretty avoidable. There's no self-evidently difficult trick here. There was maybe a little bit of a reading error on my part with the bomb earlier, but... Whoa! I did not expect to hit the bumper there. That was... And it didn't even go far enough. The bomb needed to go ahead probably an extra slot. And yeah, it's lower now, because I haven't actually beaten this yet. Now, mind you, each attempt is taking reasonably long for me to get through, so despite the amount of time I put into it, perhaps my number of attempts is not actually embarrassingly high. It's high, but it's not really too wild. One thing that I'm sure many of you have discovered as well is that my sense of how many repetitions does it take for something to feel difficult has been completely altered by Mario Maker. Such that, you know, nowadays when people say, oh, this thing is so hard, it took me, whoops, it took me 10 attempts or something to get through such and such a boss. It sounds extremely silly to me now. Obviously, it makes a big difference what kind of genre you're dealing with, what kind of game you're dealing with, but... It really goes to show, especially now that you have so many games that are much more... as they say, cinematic or cutscene driven, or very much about getting the player to the end credits in a smooth and orderly fashion, that people's sense of how many repetitions constitute difficulty is maybe not as tolerant as it once was. Aegis Cook reports a 0.82 currently on a level. I'm sure I'm continuing to make that plummet with my awful shot accuracy. Whoops. Speaking of which. Okay, pop this. All the way down. Okay, plenty of space to work with, but we need to stay on this a little longer to pop the ice. Pop this first, and this. As far as we can on the platform. Excellent. We let go of the grab button. Come over here, stop, drop this. There we go. That was what happens when you, first of all, don't break the ice block that was to the left of that column. I completely missed that one. That's something that I needed to hit. And then just ground pound sight unseen without actually checking out the camera first, because I saw the coins and I thought, oh great, I'll just stomp on something. No, I'm clearly supposed to do something with the blaster at that point, but I failed to escort it because I just didn't look at ice that I had to break. And that's just what happens sometimes when you see something for the first time and don't look at it too carefully. Okay, plenty of time to catch up here if you feel a little bit behind. Okay, come on. Yeah, so you need to break this. And then, I probably still need ice. I bet I still need ice. Yep, I do. That was the only mistake. At the end there, taking that little bit of chip damage. And we otherwise should have this quickly. So we'll see when we get this done, whether I have time to stay for a few more. Currently, the standing requests are the Aegis Zelda level, the Supernova birthday level for SDGML, and the Dorlermeti puzzle. And we'll see if we can squeeze all three of those in. I can't guarantee it, but if I fix the one mistake I made in this level for too long... Oh, looked like the blaster actually stalled for a moment, but we managed to get it out of the way before the crush, at least the first time. But that's what we'll prioritize, I think. Oh, that's a miss. Okay. Whoop, nope. Kind of a bad jump. Didn't pick up enough speed on a platform that time. Oh, yeah. Again, didn't pick up enough speed and we just ran it right into the ice instead of cutting through it smoothly. So, definitely losing a bit of speed there, whereas previously I was doing okay. Oh, once again, the shot on the way down is getting me into a bit of trouble. But yeah, I mean, we've seen this entire section at this point. It was just that one ice block that was missing earlier, and then we took a bit of unnecessary damage right at the end. Oh, nope. Once again, need to shoot a little bit earlier so we don't hit the wall like that. These aerial shots are getting me into quite a bit of trouble. Just need to anticipate the shots nice and early and get spamming. But we have everything I need to do mapped out at this point, I'm pretty sure. It's just a matter of accuracy. And that sequence has been going pretty well lately. Okay, that was a close call, but we managed it. Let's not pick this up. I said... Okay, that's the issue here, is that I was letting go of the grab button because I didn't want to pick up the spring, but I wasn't building enough speed to hit that block. So, we shouldn't be thinking too far ahead of ourselves here. Nope. Need to build up some speed first, and then be cautious around potentially catching the object as it's falling. We do not want to do that if we can avoid it. Introduces too much of an unpleasant surprise. Whoa! Too far to the left that time. Yeah, something about my movement there is a little behind my previous pace. We have to decipher what that is, and whoops, missed a 30 coin. This will clearly not be the attempt because I missed that 30 coin. Okay, yeah, no, it was that ground pound that I was losing time on earlier. Okay, that's going well. Let go of the grab button. Up. Stop. And down. Ah yes, I took damage on the Muncher on my way down earlier. That was the issue. Nope, nope. That was a joke. It's funny because if I had actually fired the Fire Flower as I was about to hit this, I would have made it. And that would have been able to cut through even if I lost a flower at the very end, unless there's a flower check on the other side, so... If I had the presence of mind to do that and just do a last-ditch, desperate fireball, I would have made it out of that okay. At least that section. Oh, nope. Too late. And yeah, Donkey Man, that was definitely an awe. Absolutely an awe. Shock and awe. You can always tell when I'm a little behind on this. In terms of approaching the ground pound just a little bit too late to make that sequence accurately. You can kind of feel it coming. Yeah, it's always interesting when you play a level with enough repetition so you kind of get a feel for how you are doing relative to time-sensitive elements before they actually complete. You just get a sense of how this relates to an earlier timing, I think. Like this time, for instance, I know is going to potentially get me into trouble. Oh, the wall jump had a bit too much of a slide to it there, and again, if you just slip up like that and miss an input or miss a timing here and there, that's usually enough to make a difference. You can always see it coming with certain misfires like that. Well, we'll get it, though. I think we can absolutely do this. Gotten so close. The mistakes have usually been pretty silly. Yeah, no wall slides. That's gonna be nice and clean. I'm gonna hit each of these targets. Oh, nope. Hit the bumper. That was unfortunate. I did not expect to hit the bumper. I expected to just clear that and target the bomb directly. That threw off my jump. Okay. This feels like a good pace this time. Yeah, there are a few elements like this ice block right here that kind of reset your pace. Oh, nope. That was a miss. We will have to see. Okay. Yeah, I can usually tell by the amount of room I have to dash into that diagonal shot how I'm doing. I can tell how things are going to go. There we go. Very good. Not grabbing it. Stop, drop out the right side. And then we'll shoot this thing here. Will not get chipped by the muncher. Okay. Bullet. Give me enough height. There we go. And we're out of here. Now, what is the up input check on that key? I never really did figure that out. I don't think. In terms of the key preventing you from going where you want to go, I guess I never really paid close enough attention to see how the boom boom condition was being maintained there, but anyway, here comes the boom. Not like a goom. Okay, I guess we're going to dig up the Zelda level. Just give me a moment. And thank you for all the GGs once again. The key is just a global indicator that Boomy's dead. Okay. Yeah, because if the stack isn't proceeding, it's not going to dock itself under the pipe anyway to give you an exit, right? So if he dies at all, the central stack just isn't going to be there because it's going to drop. And then at the very end, if you drop past a pipe, then you are past one-way panel where the saw kills you. Because that's the actual check, right? Puzzle Dungeon. Turn comments on for hints and lore. Now, I hope nobody in the comments spoiled anything. I see Barnstorm, by the way, has the record on this. As a Zelda aficionado himself. So anyway, I hope there are no spoilers in the comments. If there are, we will turn comments back off. But apparently there's a story. This always makes me wish for creator comments only. I say that every time there's a comments on level, but... I don't get it. What? What? Help! The one where the biology teacher fought in the UFC to raise money so his friend could keep his job. That is new to me. I don't think I know that. Oh, there's a pipe there. Okay. Did I just completely miss the pipe because I jumped up here? Or is there a way down? We're gonna find out. Or is there... I was about to say some kind of hidden blaster stack. Yeah, these people couldn't believe this level. I guess we're not supposed to sit on the skull. Cool idea. Okay, so, what does this say? This is a message, this is a signpost. So we'll look out for the arrows that are signposts. Leave it, thy king's grave anon. Thou hast been warned. Okay. Technically, when it comes to early modern English grammar, there's no apostrophe in hast, it's just hast. As the past tense that matches now, but I'm pretty much the only person who's going to comment on that, and there's no need to re-upload. Anyway, same idea as in the other level. It is all about timing these things, so it's probably going to be a bomb. There we go. And then we'll take this up. As Mr. Cool Idea. 3 red rupees shall guide thee to thy king. 3 coins, okay. We know that. Arrow shot's not going to hit anything over here, so probably going to be some kind of on-off switch that lowers the blaster. We'll... Whoop, grab a Master Sword first of all. Or continue and see how far we can make it. Looks like there is, above that vertical track, something that's going to maybe be dropped from above? Who knows? But yeah, next time, I guess if you want me to proofread early modern English for you, we can actually do that. I'm just seeing if I can do this, by the way. Obviously, we're supposed to drop a bomb here, but... Alright, fine. Fine, we'll do it your way. Works for me. Except, of course, we're supposed to run to the other side, so... Yeah, we just need to deflect the bomb up top, and then we can get past the gate. I said we need to get past the gate. Did we not do that? Oh, whoops. Hang on. Oh, nope. Too late. Nope. Hang on. Let's not fumble this quite so badly. There we go. Secrets are right beneath your feet. They probably are. Oh, come on. Spoiler. I mean, it's pretty obvious anyway, so... It's pretty obvious that this is something you would want to hit. And that you would want to bomb, for that matter. To break open, I was expecting something like a scroll break, but that could not have been right, looking at this. So... And yeah, I guess I can just send you messages afterwards if you want to redo your comments or anything like that, just in case you run into anybody especially pedantic like myself. But I appreciate the effort. And that goes into something like this. Yeah, so you do need an on-off switch somewhere here in order to... Oh, look at this letter P. That's not suspicious at all. Probably P switched in to prevent sinking, right? If you look at this, it's probably sinking through a coin. Yeah, I think that's a P. For sure. I wonder if you can run this. I doubt you can. But... No, definitely not. Okay, P switches up there. Okay. So we just need to hit that and not get run over by the dry bones here. This looks like it will drop below. Yes, this is what was previously on a track in the opening area. That was a dangerous thing to do, but we did it. Whoops. And then we want to raise this, go up, and then fire an arrow past that point, so... Luca, you have to go. Yeah, my pleasure to play through some of your levels today. Then that's a state switch. Whoa, 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 I didn't even look at that. Did not even look at it. Yeah, let's not do that again. Or that. Hey, I'm not the only one who took a dive there, by the looks of it. That room was fun to figure out. Yeah, looking forward to it. Anyway. Let's redo this. All the while, of course, I'm thinking of ways to lock myself, but we're not going to prod at that too hard here. So yeah, previously... Okay, so right now this is up. We want this to be up in order to get up onto the left side onto that vine, and then we know where P-switch is going to be located on the ceiling. And then we know where our destination should be with a P-switch. Also, we can scroll the camera up. Not that it's going to have too much of an effect here. We do need to make the loop, I believe. Alright, there we go. Oh, I see. It was off-center and it missed. Okay. That was the same issue I ran into previously. That's off-center as well. Sometimes you just know it's not going to happen. Oh, there we go. There we are. Then... person with a sad face saying, I ground pounded it. Well, good to know. I'm sure it was a joy to just stop there and tell everyone about what you did. And yeah, this is P-switch, so our target is going to be this room. Which means we need to get up. Okay, the thing is, hitting the P-switch is going to raise the central platforms and also potentially get me up to that yellow pipe. So if I, whoops, hit the P-switch... let's get a Master Sword first of all. Document, you're heading to bed as well, yeah. Thanks for reminding me of this level. And of course for yours that we played just before this. So if we activate the P-switch, we're able to run over the center part and head straight to this door. And we're potentially able to check that top pipe as well. Anyway, this is opened up for what appears to be the first time. So we should go down here, we should activate a switch, and then loop back around up top. And this is actually a new section, so if we lower the blaster, we should proceed forward. Then... oh, poor people stuck here. Anyway. Let's roll all the way over. Let's not pitch ourselves into the skull's gullet. And let's pop this in. Okay. Pretty clear so far. This would be a very functional intro dungeon, actually, for people who would need to learn mechanics like positioning objects with the sword. Anyway, let's take this up. We've checked that with where we were going previously. Yeah, interesting that I see the skull and I can just take on trust that I can come through here. But we will go over here and we will redo this section with a little more finesse this time. What does it say? Oft? Something about shooting the arrows. Shoot the arrows. Oh, there we go. And then should have actually taken out some of these piranhas first, just to make sure we're doing okay. Okay, oh, whoops. No, I wanted to drop a bomb there, actually, but I messed that up and fell off. Some guy trying to give me a red coin alert on the other side. That's so far unhelpful. Alright, let's see what we have here. No, that's not going to be hit. Way off center. Tap this and we'll move on up. And yeah, we should, as precaution, clear piranhas out of the way when I can. Whoops, no. You know what, why don't we just set this down? That's why we don't just set it down, okay. Because I make little errors like that one. Whoops. Come on. Yeah, no, because it'll just sail forward with an immediate bounce. Oh, I see, it's bouncing off of me. There we go. Maybe. Whoops. Let's drop this. And let's see if we can, oops, do this part a little bit better. Kind of wonder if you can get an angle that allows you to speed your way through to the piece, which I don't think you can, given how low the central vertical pipe is going. Sumic, Donkeyman has said goodnight and left, but the answer to are you the one awesome level creators is yes. And welcome, incidentally. Let's get rid of some of these guys if we can. Just to clear some headroom. I think it is going to be a bomb drop at some point here, but well. Maybe. Oh no. That's a little too far. Let's... actually, let's do a sword tap with it. Hang on. Whoa, okay. No, that's not going to quite work the way I want. I feel like actually a diagonal shot should drop on top of the skull, given the distance there. Diagonal shot is probably just the easy way to do it. And it should just be a drop shot. Diagonal arrow accuracy being the bane of my existence here once again. Alright, let's take a look. The bounce timing works pretty well, at least. Something that we gathered from the previous Zelda level as well. That was using the same kind of design of skulls disguising the on-off switches. Oh, nope. Let's chip that thing once again. There we go, hopefully. Nope. Let's drop it. And we'll just not die so much to the arrow shot segment. That seems like a necessary condition of success here. Just slipping off these blasters all the time. And yeah, looking at a distance and the upper slope here, I think it is going to be pretty much what we... Whoops. I'm just missing simple jumps here. That's okay, we'll go back and do it. Yeah, it's just some of this very simple mechanical stuff that is throwing me off. Mostly to do with the diagonal shot, but I kind of knew that about my habits as a player already. Whoa, no, 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 let's not do that. Alright. Over to this side. Come on, tap, tap, tap. And we'll try to speed our way back to where we've been already. The comments were fun to try out, but you don't think you'll be using them in a new one. Yeah, having seen levels that are comment dependent before, they are fun, but they kind of come at a price when your level actually gets plays, right? Because people just clutter up the whole place. And I'm trying to remember the name of that maker who was really into doing comment story levels. Sahara Min, that's who it was. If you know Sahara Min. I had a couple of those levels recommended to me before, and they kind of stood out as a good reference point for people trying to do in-level dialogue. I'm gonna dig up that code, because I actually never finished that series either. I just had a couple of levels recommended to me as singles. Come on. Yeah, when I heard comments were back in this game, I also thought, oh, that might be fun to do comment adventures, because obviously people wanted to do that in Maker 1 as well before Miiverse was nuked. Oh, whoops. Come on. Yeah, it's this bomb range that is just out of the 2-tile range when you're on a diagonal. That always throws me off a little bit. Oh, no. Nope. Hang on. Natcat, you'd love to see a novel written in Mario Maker. Whoop. That was bad. Natcat, that might be an interesting concept. Just thinking about how that would look. So around this time last year, and I think I posted this in one of the Discords, I was digging out some old items out of storage, and I found these. So back in the days of SMB3 and Super Mario World, there was a series of Choose Your Own Adventure children's books that were licensed books from the Mario series. And of course, it was licensed based on the material that had been developed up to that point with SMB 3 and Super Mario World. And so you would have things going up to the Koopalings and a couple of the SMB 3 enemies like Thwomps and such, but it was kind of a snapshot of what Mario marketing looked like circa 1990 or 1991. And yeah, I guess there is kind of an art to making the player stand in places where they'll actually read the signage and have it appear. Obviously, you do have a pretty clear way of saying, here is a signpost, but it takes some adjustment on my part to get into a location where I can guarantee I'll read it. And it is a tricky thing to do. Especially if people start overlapping your comments. But yeah, I was amused to find when I went to some of these Super Mario Choose Your Own Adventure books that some of them technically did have one-screen puzzles in them. Like they would have, you know, solve this puzzle, and if you have such a solution, you turn to this page, and if you have this other solution, you turn to this page. And, whoop. And there would be certain game over failure conditions as well. Okay. Vertical shot over here. Let's not bomb myself. Red coin, I guess that was kind of spoiled for me, but we'll take it. I guess we have to jump back across then. And... whoop. And if you're jumping... no, I think I want to bomb here. Nope, bad idea. Let's see. No, you can't just do a drop, it's just always going to go down at the same tile. Yeah, because that's not going to give me enough room there. Diagonal shot. I feel like it has to be a bomb drop. That we're running into some trouble here with the positioning. Let's take a look at this again. Got 300 seconds. You know the diagonal shot is going to raise the central platform. You know what? We can do 2 diagonal shots. I think that was what one of the messages was trying to tell me earlier, and we got it. Yeah, I had to think about the cooldown time on the shot before I wanted to try that, but it does work. It does work quite well, in fact. Let's see where this door leads before we hit the P-switch. Hopefully not some kind of drop. Okay, looks like this is based on on-off switching, so we will not do that yet. Actually, no. We can always reset the P-switch up here and check it first. Nope, that's not it. So we'll hit the P-switch again. And then take this before everything gets lowered. Oh. There we go. And there we are. Then you can swap this, and then you end up back here with a different on-off state. Which then does what? I haven't checked the middle pipe, first of all. I also haven't checked... you checked the top left. Let's check the middle pipe, first of all. We don't know where that takes us. Takes me to a checkpoint. That's rather important. And P-switch doesn't seem to affect any of this stuff, so we'll take it out. Looks like this is going to be a Pegasus dash. Want to be pretty well timed about it. And, oh yeah, bomb, okay. That's fine, we can do that too. We'll just need to redo this. Nice way of doing this. Nope, hang on, let's cancel out of that. Yeah, it's pretty lenient. And this is, yeah, 2 spaces above, so a bomb here will do the trick once we lower it the other way. And looks like the spike ball is something we should expect to ride as Link. Whoops. And yeah, it's going to roll this way and that. I think we will be within shield range, and that's what the comment there is trying to tell me. This is kind of neat. Interesting usage. There is going to get that. Very well-deserved Zelda success chime, and also noticed the scroll break on this side, which is definitely something. No way is that not something. Scroll break over here as well, interesting. Not scroll break, wall break, I guess. It is all part of the wall facer plan. For those of you who know the science fiction series, The Three-Body Problem. Okay, so you can go through here with a key, and then you face off against the hammers, and then you can bomb that side and go through that door. Okay. Seems pretty clear. And you can also just roll the spike ball towards them. Same kind of mechanic as before. In fact, this kind of reveals what it looks like without all the other extraneous material in the way, and there we go. We drop that out. And here lies Ganon, King of Darkness, and that's how you set up the sequel to Breath of the Wild. Now, is there anything I can do in this room? I don't know. I could think this is just a secret room. I kind of want to deface this with a cool idea, a comment or something, but I feel like that's against the spirit of the level. Or I will leave the comments to the creator instead. Now, the fact that there's no comment spam in that room, by the way, makes me a little suspicious. Oh, strike the skeleton, okay. I am trying to strike its face. From below, maybe? We've got 20 seconds to work this out. I mean, it's not going to overlap a P-block. If there's a block here, it's going to be something else. This is clearly supposed to spawn something, by the way. We've got 7 seconds. I will not figure this out until we see. What's going to happen. I mean, I can see the semi-solid where something is supposed to spawn, but we have to take off some of the time pressure here to do this properly. Whoop. And that's why there's a checkpoint right there. Also, notice that I've taken a key death at this point. But that's okay, because we've seen what I need to see with that. Oh, whoa. That was a very unfortunate bounce. Let's not do that. Oh yeah, we forgot to bomb it. Let's do that. Very easy, just... yeah, I knew that was not going to go well. Abort, abort. It's lenient, but not, you know, completely trivial. Blue pipe is the master sword here. Let's get rid of the hammer first. I don't like his face. And we'll tap this. Blow up the right side. Whoa! Without sinking. Wait, if we looped around up top... Oh yeah, that's just a coin, so we'll just go directly down and we've seen everything there is to see up top. And in here, where Ganon's remains are just behind a regular old door. We've shown it off at this point, doesn't need to be on the same attempt. Okay, strike the skull. Well, it has to be in one of these empty blocks here, right? If it's striking it in the eye socket or something. Strike the visage. I mean, that is his face. Punch him in the face? No. Has to be something central here. An unoccupied space. Unless we are misreading something about that clue. Possibly we need to make our way up top. And we'll show you the way, huh? No, it won't. Maybe there's something else here. I mean, this is its face, technically. I'm actually kind of glad nobody spoiled this part in the comments. Seems like it would be very tempting to do so. So you got each of these that's aligned with the blasters. I don't know if that matters. Check every square here to see if we're missing something. I mean, that is the skull, right? Let's think about this. We've used the arrow. We've used the sword. The sword should ordinarily be able to tap blocks. It might not be something block related. It might be something where your arrow shot goes where it needs to go, perhaps. Maybe an arrow shot that's a drop shot in the middle. But that wouldn't be it unless it hit something up top. Interesting. And this is one where I feel like it actually does require the comment, doesn't it? Because I don't see anything to interact with here. Maybe top of the skull? Check this. I feel like we have checked all of these blocks. Check the whole eye socket. Maybe everything around it is telling me something. Like these ones here. I didn't see anything interesting as I dropped in. You're clearly supposed to trigger something that's going to do a vine spawn or something to that effect down here. Maybe there's a particular place you're supposed to stand. Do it. Possibly one of these blocks in the column beside it? No. I wonder if it matters where the skull's eyes are kind of pointed. No, it just makes it look like a skull. I mean, maybe I'm not reading this in the correct orientation. Oh, you know what? Unless it's referring to the Ganon skeleton earlier, that might have given me a clue. Striking it will show you the way. I mean, this is definitely... Oh, unless... Okay, I assume that this was the head. But let's say it isn't. Let's say... The problem is that I can't get any visibility up top. Let's see about this. That cat seems to have figured it out. Strike it. How else do we strike it? And what would that even accomplish for me? Yeah, Nat Cat giving me the face of the cat that is very much alive. I mean, you want to slap it in the face, right? So how do you slap it in the face? This is the face, right? Not its pelvic bones or something. We're burning so much time on this. I feel like I need to drop into this room again to see it properly. It's clearly something doable from here, but I'm not... If I'm supposed to hit some kind of invisible block, I certainly don't see it. I don't see what else it could be. Oh! Okay. Okay, glad I found that. I guess that block is just supposed to refresh itself. And we'll go through the door, but... We'll do that. Yeah, I guess I was just misreading the pixel art. I am wondering, of course, if there's anything up top. Did I miss something at the end? Because it looks like you can drop through the column that is on the left side of the flag. And that there's definitely a vine to the right side of the flag. So I don't know if that's just something decorative to disguise the flagpole. But we'll take it. In fact, we can even look at the screen here to see. So I was definitely misreading the last thing. Maybe it was because it was... Oh, okay. If I zoom out, I think I can see it. Yeah, so that's actually its nose. It's Ganon's pig nose, isn't it? Or something. And yeah, the vines at the end are just decorative, as you can see from the overview of the final chamber. Okay. Supernova, if you're still here, we'll do yours. We'll try to do yours and Dorley. And that'll probably be it. I hope I have time for both of those. I can't quite guarantee it. The skull is looking at the blaster and the face is on the blaster. Yeah, you see, I don't think I quite got that. Because I actually thought the skull was looking towards the top right. And by strike its visage, I sort of interpreted that as slapping it in the face, not its eyeline. So I wonder if I was kind of thrown off by that clue, but... Anyway, we'll see. Let me dig up the Supernova level. Just give me one moment. Actually, a very new re-upload. So it should be near the top of my list. Belated birthday gift for your bestie, SDGML with a hidden cake. SDGML's Bitcoin birthday blast. So happy belated birthday to SDGML if we eventually have this forwarded to her. Let's kill some Yoshis. Reach the goal after grabbing all 10 30 coins. Okay. Yeah, let's turn off the comments. We don't need to know that this is the most creative coin collection level you've ever seen. Okay, so... I guess this tells you something about positioning, right? Unless... hang on. We're supposed to dash into it, perhaps, and then... no, we just kick it, actually. Right? No, hang on. Or spin jump. No. There's no way this is... as... finicky as I'm making it look. Right? I'm definitely missing something. All 10 30 coins. Ground pound a snowball. Excellent suggestion. I think we'll do it. There's a P. And then there's this thing here. Oh, this looks like eyes and a mouth, right? Like it's Yoshi's Island, and one of the big Yoshi's Island style blargs has just been frozen in ice. Imagine being blind. Yeah. You gotta be kidding, right? Hang on. Or do you just... Maybe I've been online too long today. Let's... There's the boo there that prevents you from going. Why am I thinking about this like a puzzle? It's obviously supposed to be something intuitive. I'm sure this is hilarious to watch if you know what's going on. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Okay, I got it. We know how to solve puzzles around here. I'm sure we do. That says down. We're obviously doing the door first. Okay. And then we just crash these one at a time. Oh, whoops. And then... PAL block, and then, yeah, we just need to do everything in a single sequence. Okay. There we go. So there's a down arrow, a P. Yeah, you can just do everything in whatever order you please, which is always nice. Spin jump over that. 30 coin comes down, and then what? Well, let's think about that. Yeah, anyway, the section changes have a snowball check, I'm pretty sure. Yep, Fishbones is going to act as a snowball check, so you can just smuggle everything. Oh. Neat idea. Like that coin release. Of course, we need to go a bit faster to loop around. I didn't really think about that, but... Yeah, fun idea. Let's reset. The reset door should have been a clue, by the way, that I needed the platform. That's okay. I still know how to play this game from time to time. Not always, but... Nope. Just late on the spin jump. I did have my finger on the button. The reaction time was just maybe a little bit poor. Snowmen fighting the platform. Anyway, there's a pretty clear target for when you're supposed to hit the 30 coin. And that's going to be short bounces over both of those mechas as you get back on the platform. Yeah, because the 30 coin's only going to be available in that one spot, so... Oh, I see why it's 30 coins everywhere, because it's their 30th birthday, that's right. I understood that. I understood that reference. So I guess you're not making another one of these until the 50th birthday. At least with not this not with this concept, rather. That was bad. Hang on. And there's going to be a P-switch that sends you into a second section there. Yeah, Supernova 30 isn't that old. You still got most of your life ahead of you. Plenty of room to disappoint yourself in the years to come. Alright. Plenty of room to tell yourself, I used to be able to jump up into an up pipe, but I can't anymore. Anyway, so you need to hit the P-switch and then drop into the cloud accurately because the munchers will have fallen out. And then you ride it out. There we go. And then you hit the P-switch and then you continue. Nope. Clear condition level. We do need to catch everything. We have learned that section though, so let's learn the other ones first before we go back to it. Oh. This is a code entry for an escape room? It's not, but we'll see what it is anyway. Oh, I see. So it's just a series of rooms. Okay. Understandable. And then POW drop is going to drop the coin, but then we need to collect it once it's in a dropping stage, probably by throwing an object towards it. And then... Nope. So much for that. Wait, how do you get out of here once... Oh, okay, you just get out of here that way, yeah. But the 30 coin is expended, right? So I think it does not respawn, I'm pretty sure, so... Let's check this again. And yeah, unfortunately that does lock you out, sensibly, because there's no doing it twice when it is disabled by POW. That's okay. We understand that now. It's not too tricky to figure out. And yeah, let's dunk it so we don't need to bounce to pick it up. We'll just bounce over here instead. Seems to work a lot better. Anyway, number 2. Okay, so bomb is going to be something that I can pick up and then throw until it hits the one-way panel. Then the 30 coin is going to drop, and then as it drops, it's going to hit the trampolines and bounce over. Yep. Oh, whoops. That was needless. Okay. That's okay, we know how to do this stuff. We'll prioritize the things that we have not done. Just so we can have a proof of concept for everything that I'm doing. This time without quite the same embarrassment of forgetting that a bomb has wings. Nope. We needed to grab it and then bounce back, so... I need a later bomb detonation. So, we will start over and try it again. Yeah, a straight drop was obviously not going to hit the spring without me going up to get it. We know this kind of thing, I would hope. And we've got 2 chances here to pop the bomb. There we go. And we'll make sure we do all 3 before we get out of here, obviously. Number 4. You drop all 3 skulls. They go around on a box. The box that allows you to develop enough speed to catch the 30 coin, which you need to do because when you activate the power, the 30 coin will drop on top of the spring. Okay. Yeah. Whoa. Spilled right over that. There's also a birthday cake. We'll keep that in mind. I do see a scroll break in that first room that maybe we'll need to take care of at some point. Let's do the stuff that's most execution sensitive first. If we can. I mean, all of it is, to some extent, execution sensitive. We'll just need to learn the things we haven't learned first. And we'll do this next. We'll grab the bomb nice and late. Okay. Always a bit of a thrill to run into the trampoline like that. And then, yeah, once again, we will just run over the note block instead of trying to set down a spring and do it. So, okay, that's 4. Let's see the new sequence. Is there something that will break this open? I feel like I needed to carry a bomb through here, but I didn't have the opportunity to do so. I might need to carry a bomb through this pipe some other way and drop in from some other section. Because that looks like a pretty obvious secret placement if there's nothing like a spike ball coming out of there. Ah, okay, so this takes you to the second segment right away through a different entrance. I see, so we were actually just practicing things out of sequence earlier, and the segments actually do feed into each other. And so those are actually just practice pipes or doors that we saw earlier. Okay, that's fine. A lot of breakables in this area as well. Yeah, as you can see, there's a continuation door up top that then drops you into a section here. This is going to be damage boost. Damage boost. Because, of course, that's something you do a lot of for 30th birthday. That is the last coin, so we will actually just practice the last section first, and then once again, we need to figure out what the cake solution will be, I think. Yeah, well, let's practice the last section first, and then we'll think about it, because we need to see what the ending looks like first. We didn't activate a P-switch. That's a slight problem. Oh well. And what's the point of that if we don't have a P-switch active at a point? Why would there be a practice door there? Wonder. Because you would need a P-switch active at that point to do anything with it. Let's think about where we can pick up a bomb, perhaps. Maybe we should go back and do things in some kind of sequence. Let's think about this. I feel like if we manage to steal a bomb from one of these rooms, and then get dunked back here, maybe. Yeah, because you just exit out that door once you grab this bomb, right? Whoa. Hot potato. I'm not gonna make it. There we go. Now that does blow the attempt, doesn't it? Except we haven't destroyed that coin yet, so who knows. Yeah, here's the cake. This is the 30 cake. This is all smiles. And then we'll see if there's a continuation out of this. Okay. Oh, interesting. So you can just grab that. Straight up. Very nice. So that's how you do it, that if you sacrifice the bomb in the second room, you have an alternate route for grabbing the same coin. That's very clever. That's very clever, actually. I enjoyed that a lot. And it's easier to execute, to be honest. We might just do it that way every time. Yeah, I quite like that. Oh, no. That was way off. Yeah, we'll do room number 4 first. That's the most execution dependent. Yeah, very neat idea. In terms of a secret hiding. Instead of just, you know, deliberately locking yourself out. Yeah, once I saw how the continuation structure worked in this level, I was pretty sure that it had to be that bomb. We need a much better jump off of that. I don't need a P-switch active for the last coin. You mean coming through this door here? Oh yeah, because you just ride the platform. Okay, yeah. Didn't even think about that. Well, in that case, let's practice it. Yeah, no, I see what happened there was that I just dropped the platform and didn't think about it. So... Oh, whoops. So the 30 coin is stacked on top of the muncher that you're riding on top of. And that's where it is. Alright, we'll definitely want to practice this segment then. Yeah, no, I didn't even look at this platform. That was the issue there. Didn't even think about it. Whoops. Too much forward momentum. Dollar Remedy, just to set expectations, since I am over the 4-hour mark at this point, I can look at your level at the end of this, but I may not be able to stay long enough to finish a full puzzle, just so you know, depending on difficulty, of course. I don't mind giving it a bit of a preview look, and I will be running viewer levels again tomorrow, if you're able to make it, but since you're here, I don't want you to just wait for nothing, since you've been waiting for quite some time, but I will have to see what I can do, especially with this level requiring a little bit more work. It's just this segment and number 4 that I'm mostly concerned about when it comes to execution. We'll fix it up and... Oh, whoops. Completely missed that. We'll see how quickly we can clear this, though. Because... generally, I try not to go too far over the 4-hour mark in the stream. Because things get a little bit dicey in terms of my ability to stay. Well, just missed that completely. And yeah, do pick a level in advance, so we don't have too much downtime. And I will see if I can stay long enough to at least preview it. Because I would like to see what you have. And give it a proper playtest. But I did take a bit longer than I expected on some of the levels, like documents, for instance. And that's very much the point of running this stream without a queue. That... Oh. Yeah, no, you're supposed to snag that with Yoshi and then you drop out. So we didn't manage that, but we'll practice that until we do. And then there's another Yoshi who comes down. Now, why would that be? Because then you can come over here and hit the spike just to see what happens. No sound effect? Okay. You know what? We know how it's going to go. Let's just practice it from the start. Nope. Let's just practice it from the start. Oh, you know what? The reset door would have done that just fine. Supernova doesn't lock me like that, so we should have known that. Oh, you have to go soon yourself? Yeah. Yeah, I do want to get to yours, but today is running a bit late, so... Okay, let's pop this over. And yeah, see you around. Thanks for sticking around anyway to watch. Okay, let's walk this off so we have a little less hot potato time to work with here. And we're going to do this the long way because it's more fun. And more reliable. Even if it's not going to get a speed record anytime soon. Also because this idea is just really fun to show off. A little bit of scroll brick trickery. Oh, the world record for cake percentage? Oh, why? Because people just didn't bother to get the cake, or what? Out of the clears you've seen so far? Because I'm certainly taking my time with some of the rest of this, so... Not exactly optimizing anything here. Yeah, nice way to regulate the timing there. Whoops. I say as I fall off at the very end. That's okay. We'll do it. Oh, no. Nope. Let's not cut too many corners. Down we go. We've seen a whole level at this point. We know we can do everything except the Yoshi grab at the end. And we'll see if we choke on that. Or if we manage to make it. Oops. So much for world record cake percentage. Okay. Cake route once again. I just don't want to deal with this bounce. And we'll grab that. And we'll continue. Didn't I say I was going to do room number 4 first? Well, so much for that idea. This one always worries me a little bit with execution, but... we've got it. When it's clean, it's clean. Okay, now let's get this right. Whoa, didn't get a high bounce off the second one there. Yeah, I kind of did that on autopilot when I cleared it successfully, and so just didn't think about that second bounce as a high bounce. Which is a bad mistake to make. As usual, this one comes first. Not running into the bomb comes second. Whoops. I said not running into the bomb. Well, safety first. Now, what happens if you up-throw the bomb into one of the other question blocks? I mean, I know what happens. It is obviously not what you're supposed to do. But I guess you do lock yourself out of everything. Okay, let's see what we can do this quickly. And then we go. And back down. Okay, let's clean this up. Short bounce, high bounce. Kind of need to do it. A bit of sight reading here. Now let's not miss the up pipe. You can only break to 2 rooms. Yeah, it's something that you're only going to do in a self-inflicted fashion, so not the worst quality control issue in the world. You do have to go out of your way to do that kind of self-harm. Okay, run right. We don't need to worry about the column here on the left. Okay, now, momentum here as we go for the second mushroom. Oh, missed. And unfortunately, you can't just jump off of Yoshi and retry that, can you? I don't think you can. What if you did? No, you would lose the Koopa. And you wouldn't be able to. Okay. I'll have to do it again. So that was an unfortunate choke into Yoshi. I guess we never really did manage to do that successfully. That's okay. We'll try it again. Now, hopefully I can do this before I have to run off. Whoa, that was unfortunate. That was not an intentional door entry. Yeah, actually, no. Just to be diligent about it, let's make sure we can do it. Let's make sure. Because there's something positionally that I still have to fix about this. Okay, go straight for that. Yep, you just need to jump. Whoa, no. The left side arrow tells me I should actually tongue the coin and then jump off of Yoshi. I feel like it is survivable with Yoshi, but... no, maybe not. I think the idea here is that you drop Yoshi into a pit and you see the Yoshi in the very last room because it acts as a form of assurance for SDGML that Yoshi didn't actually die. I just decided to... Oh, yeah. You definitely tongue it on the left side, jump off. Possibly even ram into the Muncher for that damage boost there, as long as you get on top of the Muncher. We need to practice this for sure, then. Because I definitely had a wrong idea, thinking that I could just tongue it with Yoshi safely. Which I might still be able to do, but I feel like there are alternatives that will be easier to execute, and we should look for them. No. Tongue it at the peak and then jump off. I don't know about that. We have to learn it. There's definitely something I'm misreading here. Because I don't think Yoshi can quite beat the Muncher. Or at least there should be an alternative that doesn't require that. I'm a little late getting... Whoa, bumping my head on the ceiling too. Yeah, no, I think you definitely tongue the coin on the left. Otherwise it's too low to work with. Okay, proof of concept first, then we do the rest of the level. Whoa. Okay, let's not cut that corner. E for practice. Not P for P switch, as I was assuming earlier. Nope. I need to drop on that left column. There's no way I can beat the Muncher, so, well... I'd have to go much earlier anyway. We have to sort this out. Everything else up to that point is pretty manageable. There's a bit of room to choke, but it's not severe. Too low, way too low. Well, this will require a little bit of refinement. I don't like it. I think we need to revert to trying to get back on top of the Muncher. I think there's too much of a risk of just ramming into the Muncher if I try to tongue in and jump. I'm just not certain about which method I prefer yet. And of course, this being a level presented to SDM, slightly biased towards the solutions that don't require me to kill. But we will see. That's kind of some meta contextual information that's informing the way I'm playing this. There we go. Okay, that's the way to do it. You get on the Muncher as soon as possible. We'll do it that way. And that feels much, much better. That was the initial way that I thought was supposed to be done. But the fact that my timing never seemed to work out made me consider doing it the other way, and this is clearly correct. The way that we just demonstrated successfully. Like, once you do it successfully, it feels absolutely right. And once again, you know, it was that consideration that you're not going to make SDGML kill a Yoshi. Even if the Yoshi is secretly alive. Whoa, no, 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 no. No, no, hang on. Mess that up. We should have this level, though. A lot of things can go wrong. Oh, we'll get it. Okay, we'll take the bomb out. We won't activate it so early this time if I can avoid it. And we won't hit the Muncher if I can avoid that as well. Yeah, but a level like this one, doing things reliably and safely should be the priority here. Game audio, great time for game audio to die, just as I'm about to have a hopefully decent run. Give me one moment here. It's been fine all day, too. Uh-oh. Let's see. Okay. That's fine. We seem to be back in service. Thanks for letting me know, as usual. Gotta do this cleanly. Yeah, we'd been doing pretty well in terms of technical errors not happening up to that point, but maybe it's a sign that we ought to wrap this up soon, if at all. Okay, let's not forget about that side swamp that comes in later. That's a very easy thing for me to miss. Let's run it short and high. There we go. Almost hit that icicle, but thankfully we didn't. That's the up pipe. Okay. Maybe we'll do it in an attempt without an audio fix. These things do happen. And I'm choking now. But that's okay, I always knew that was probably the hardest thing to execute here in terms of things going wrong. Other than the ending, of course. Now, Supernova, I may only be able to stay for a few more attempts. If I don't finish it today, you are welcome to put me through it again for viewer levels on the next session. But there is some chance I may have to bail. Because I did not expect to run to this length today, but I do want to finish it while it's still fresh in memory, so yeah, I've been pretty close so far. I am not concerned about my ability to do this, it's just a bit of consistency here and there on my part. Definitely the Muncher at the end is still a bit of a threat and could pose some difficulties, and it takes a little bit of time to get back to it. So okay, here we go. Alright, section 2. Okay, that felt cleaner than usual. Let's do the up pipe. And let's not forget about hitting the P-switch on the way back. Hijack that thing. Zip out of here. We've got time. And here's the final segment, Chess Bunzo. Welcome. Chess Bunzo, we are hopefully just about to finish. If all goes well. But welcome anyhow, hope you've been doing well. No. Too late. I knew it was going to be too late at the very end. I felt pretty late getting on top of that Yoshi to begin with. And I did need to make up for lost time. Let's do it again. Okay. Whoa. What was that? Awful exit out of that vine. That's okay. We'll let her try it. Yeah, I just hit the ceiling there, I think. Let's see what we can do. Grab this. And this. And here's the 30 cake. Kind of like a sailboat of a cake, almost. We're just on a very fancy dish. Giant fat candles. Yeah. The POW hit the 30 coin. We'll wrap around and we're almost there. Okay, we need to worry about the thwomp, we need to worry about the up pipe, the mecha bounce. A lot of different things to keep in mind as we go through this segment. Shouldn't be caught by surprise by anything at this point, but... Okay, up pipe entry. Dead center, that's accurate. Grab that P-switch as soon as we can. And not flub too many of these jumps. Okay, that's looking good. Now this is all about, first of all, the mushroom timing here. And secondly, the Yoshi timing up top, which needs to be quick. Well, we survived with it. But technically that's an improvement. It was just a miss with a tongue at the end. We kind of overshot the platform. We'll get there. Really does make you earn the ending here. Okay, just a short little bop there. I do everything the long way once again. And we'll see what to do about this bit. This hasn't given me trouble in some time, so this will hopefully be fine. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with this mechanically, Supernova, that is pretty uncommon. It's very easy to overlook how to use these as collectible elements in ways that are actually unique. I know a lot of people try to do coin collection, but without really thinking through how to make it a unique experience that's distinguishable from other kinds of clear conditions and collectathons. Ooh, spending a little too long on this P-switch here. Not liking that. Okay, that's okay. It's fairly generous. I feel like there have been quite a lot of developments in the past year when it comes to people figuring out a lot more flexibility that you can get out of clear conditions, in particular. I think the number of varied objectives and things like hard mode sequences, secrets, alternate routes, etc. that people have been able to squeeze out of clear conditions has rapidly expanded. It was very easy to overlook clear condition concepts in general simply because of the lack of checkpoints, as a design constraint that people didn't necessarily take the time to think through. It's very easy to see how that restriction is immediately off-putting for a lot of more complicated concepts. But there are workarounds, and we've seen a few. Speaking of birthdays, like with the Luca birthday level earlier today. Now let's try this again. Oh, no. That's okay. We made it. That was nearly a choke. Coming out the inside of a note block like that was very unfortunate. The kind of thing you see in those 30-second speedrun levels, but not really intentionally over here. Okay. It's usually pretty straightforward as we've found a good entry point. When we hit the P switch here, the next two should present themselves without too much trouble. Whoa, that was nearly too short. You wish you had a one-way or a block there. I will need to think about which location you mean. No. That is a tough timing to hit. Yeah, because I always find there's a little bit of drag where I'm slowing down on my way to that Yoshi. Probably because of inaccuracy getting on top of the Koopa, since I'm timing myself with the red Koopa as it goes up and down. Where I never quite know if I'm going to hit it. And that are probably much better ways to do this. Anyway, we've seen all of this at this point. Just a matter of not choking and sticking to reliable timings that we've already established. Here we go. And that's the same old song and dance as before. I feel like most of this level is pretty under control at this point. But that last bit is definitely continuing to be a problem. And we'll just need to roll the dice on it until we manage to do it accurately. And hope nothing too serious goes wrong with the earlier sections that I'm not devoting as much thought to anymore. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the icicles maybe aren't as threatening as they look at first glance. First, I need to name that tune. Which tune are we talking about here? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey. P-switch. No. Okay. There we go. That was a close call. Just aiming the cloud poorly, that would have been an awful way to choke. Sorry, Yoshi. But I'm getting you back. So. On principle, we're doing that. And then I realized I dropped Yoshi too far to the left. I didn't manage to get him back, but that's okay. We cleared it. And we even got a Yoshi kill at the very end. For SDGML's Big Coin Birthday Blast. I spent far too long on that last jump. But we got it. Thank you for that, Supernova. Thank you for all the GGs and for everybody who stuck around to watch. At any point in the stream, we will be sending you off somewhere else very shortly, just as we received that generous raid from B Minutes much earlier. I'll search around to see if anybody interesting is running Maker, or for that matter, anything else, and we will hopefully be back for viewer levels tomorrow, again at the earlier start time that we're sticking with for the time being. You can follow along with the action on Discord, and for anybody who is playing the 12-hour Splatoon 3 demo tomorrow, or today, depending on your time zone, have fun with that. I might only be able to dip in for a few rounds, and I won't be able to stream it, but anybody else who is a Splatoonophile, I'm sure you're going to have an amazing time testing out some of the new gear. We're going to pass you on somewhere very shortly. So until then, that is all for today. Thanks for watching. See you around soon enough. Have a great weekend, and above all, fare thee well.